sana hindi chonky.
Hello. Just let me get my flight stick real quick. Here we are.
It's only a matter of time.
Fire. 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 Fire.
Ignore that, sorry.
Stall.
No, we're just testing the
Well fired.
TCAS 1. System test pass.
okay, doors open. Let's just say we're waiting for our passengers. There we go. Okay, hello dear viewers, welcome to my stream. So today I'll be flying from Davao City to Iloilo, and yeah, feel free to ask me anything. Keep this stuff engaging, because I kind of wanna keep this stream as entertaining as possible for everybody's convenience, because you know we all want that. So, if anyone's wondering if I'm gonna be listening to Rslash on the whole flight, no. But that's also because I'm not supposed to in real life. You're not supposed to do that in real life. So, I mean, unless you're in cruising, I guess that's fine. But let's see here. Let me file my flight plan. Let's go. Say 04 Papa Alpha Whiskey. Cirrus 50 Vision. RPMD to SIN. Wait, I don't. Have I got enough fuel there? Let's go with the full tank of fuel for the maximum flight time. Oh, sugar honey iced tea. What's the iCal for Singapore again? I am so sorry. iCal WSSS. That's my bad. En route altitude is gonna be uh 28,000 feet. Wait, I'm not sure if this is synced to my I'm not sure if my chat is synced to my other device just yet, because $28,000. I think I'm just gonna go for a straight flight with no route, I guess.
SF50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, Francisco Bangor International, altimeter 2976.
2976. It shows up as 29.92 here on my tablet.
Francisco Bangor International, altimeter 2976, SF50 Vision, Pop Alpha Whiskey.
Papa Alpha Whiskey. Right. Oh gosh. Where the currently have the ground power installed. So yeah, let me check my Streamlabs here in the stream settings. I wonder if I can install the Streamlabs controller here. Because I couldn't download it on my phone. My mic is not muted, that's good. I want to make the same mistake as before. Okay, so the Vision Jet in X-Plane 11 is a G1, which means its max altitude is like max altitude is 28,000 feet. So I guess I did make the right call there. Oh, here we go. I got the Streamlabs controller installed. Chat. Ah, okay. I can view the chat now. That's fun. That's nice to see. It says Alt fail on my tablet. What the heck is it? I legit have no idea what's going on with this. It's a very buggy thing. I don't know. But anyway, since we're already here, let's pop up. see here. Let's request clearance now.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, cleared IFR2, Singapore Changi International, as filed, maintain, flight level 280, squawk 4700.
4700. Got it. It's not syncing up with my damn thing. What the fuck? It's still. Alright, let's try that again.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, cleared IFR2, Singapore Changi International, as filed, maintain, flight level 280, squawk 4700.
It's not working. Sorry.
Cleared IFR2, Singapore Changi International, as filed, maintain, flight level 280, squawk 4700, SF-50 Vision, Pop Alpha, Whiskey.
SPDR, 4700. Okay, I guess not all of the things work here. It's like I'm trying this new glass cockpit thing on my tablet. Apparently that is not working very well. Let's see here. Standby. Does it stay standby? It doesn't say standby. It's still an ident. Standby. Gosh damn it, man. It's standby, damn it. Okay, here we go. Says alt fail. What are we gonna do with this? I have no idea. It just has this. It just has this thing. It just has things that isn't available on the actual Cirrus cockpit here. All right, let's see. Let's do our checklist now. Alright, just to be sure, I have my stream on my phone, and I'm looking at the chats there. So let's see if the chats on YouTube are gonna sync up to the ones here. Right then. Pre-flight inspection. Let's say that's complete. Cap spins removed and stowed. Check. Passengers briefed. It's literally just me in the cockpit. Door closed. Close that. There we go. Seatbelts secured. Parking brake on. Yep. There we go. Brakes are on. Bat 1 and Bat 2 on. Gen 1 and Gen 2 on. Nav lights. Master oxygen on. Avionics initialization and initiation. That was already done when we spawned in. Let's see here. So start approved. Power idle. Parking brake on. Transponders on standby. Engine start stop. Do I still have to say clear prop? I mean, I'm flying a jet, so yeah, screw it. Let's hear that spool up. I'm gonna have to dim my lights because I can't see the thing clearly. There we go. I'll set it to the second brightest setting because that thing is glaring onto my damn screen. Alright, there we go. engine instruments. At least that's correct on the glass cockpit here on my tablet. Fresh air, bleed on. So for taxi, let's ComNav GPS set, fuel totalizer set, ATIS clearance set. Sorry, obtain.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, runway 23, taxi via Alpha, 4, 5, Bravo, Alpha, Papa, Romeo, Oscar, November, Charlie, hold short of runway 23.
Runway 23, taxi via Alpha 405 Bravo, apron C, hold short runway 23.
Runway 23, taxi via Alpha 4, 5, Bravo, Alpha, Pop, Romeo, Oscar, November, Charlie, hold short of runway 23, SF-50 Vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
What's our initial? We were never given a initial heading yet. So I guess we're gonna just go. Yeah. Alright, let's check our other thing here. Departure briefing complete. Flight controls. Can't really see it much here, but that's right. Ailerons check. Elevator check. Rudder. Everything seems to be in order. Trims check and sets. There we go. Flaps 50%. Probe heat on. Toga button. I don't have a toga button set. It's just there we go. Parking brake release. All right, let's just go around. Don't really need to push back here. Alright, let's maybe dim our lights. Oh, sorry. Let's hold short of runway 23 now.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, cross runway 23, hold short of runway 23.
Cross runway 23, hold short of runway 23, SF-50 Vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
Okay, SPDR transponder alt. I feel like it's a bit too early for that. Sorry. Guess I should have. Where are we turning? Are we? I'm not sure if they usually do this in, in the actual airport.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, fly heading 230, runway 23. You're cleared for takeoff.
Okay, now we got our initial heading here, 230. There we go. That is
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, fly heading 230, runway 23. You're cleared for takeoff.
okay. Hang on, let me fix my glass cockpit real quick, because I feel like something's not right here. Any changes to take effect. Gosh damn it. Alright, I'm gonna have to reset X-Plane real quick. Sorry about that, guys. So hopefully I can get back on my flight as soon as I restart. So I can just go resume last flight thing, you know. Okay, resume last flight. Hopefully my flight plan is also saved. Oh. Oh.
Fire. Fire. Fire.
Gosh
Fire.
damn
Fire.
it.
Fire.
I'm already on runway.
Stall. Stall. Stall.
Okay, you know what? Screw you. Fucking screw you, mate. Oh my gosh. You absolute arse. You absolute arse.
TCAP 1. System test passed.
Okay. Let's do this again. All the fuck over again. Alright. Let's file my flight plan again. Gosh damn it. 04 Papa Alpha Whiskey. Yeah. What the? God, I can't turn off night vision. What is happening to me? I was pressing Shift N. What are you? Oh my gosh! It was registering on the damn thing the whole time. Okay, This stream is not off to a good start. Sorry about that, y'all. Right, let's see. Cirrus has a 50 vision. RPMD to WSSS. En route altitude 28,000. Flight plans.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, Francisco Bangoy International, altimeter 2976.
Francisco Bangoy International, altimeter 2976, SF-50 Vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
Okay. Here, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Start approved.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, cleared IFR2, Singapore Changi International, as filed, maintain, flight level 280, squawk 4700.
Cleared IFR2, Singapore Changi International, as filed, maintain, flight level 280, squawk 4700, SF-50 Vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
Okay. Power check. Power idle. Parking brake on. Transponder standby on. Engine something. I don't even know where. Chat, if it'd be really nice if you guys said something in the live chat, because I would really appreciate it, y'all. I really do want to listen to Rslash right now, because I want to cruise and listen to Rslash now. Please, please let me do it already. Gosh damn it, okay. Alright, here we go. Sorry my landing lights, because I don't have taxi lights.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, runway 23, taxi via Alpha, 45, Bravo, Alpha, Papa, Romeo, Oscar, November, Charlie, hold short of runway 23.
Runway 23, taxi via Alpha 45, Bravo, Alpha, Pop, Romeo, Oscar, November, Charlie, hold short of runway 23, SF-50 Vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
And the demo time for my glass cockpit is expired. Wait, I'm gonna force stop this shit. try something. For stop. There you go. Now let's try again. Ah, I got it. I made the demo time message go away. That's nice to hear. That's nice to see. Anyway, let's get on. So, parking brake off, and we are go.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, cross runway, 2-3, hold short of runway, 2-3.
Hold short runway.
Cross runway 23. Hold short of runway 23. SF-50 Vision. Pop Alpha Whiskey.
Alright, what's our initial heading again?
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, fly heading, 2-3, 0, runway, 2-3, you're cleared for takeoff.
Fly heading 230. Runway 23. SF-50 Vision. Pop Alpha Whiskey.
Alright, at least with everything cleared now, we can get everything set. Alright, let's set our altitude for a bit. Let's climb to 7,000 feet. Let's say 7,000. Okay, line up. Stroke, Peter Keith, let's turn on. Okay, it's still rolling takeoff here.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, contact center on 135.95.
Contact center on 135.95. SF-50 Vision. Pop Alpha Whiskey. SF-50 Vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, Francisco Bango International, altimeter 2976.
It says 2988 IN here in the glass cockpit. That is the correct altimeter here in the
Francisco Bango International, altimeter 2976, SF-50 Vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, flight heading 260. SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, resume on navigation.
Resume on navigation, SF-50 Vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
260. What's up? Turned a little too much there. My bad. Alright, let's continue our climb to 7,000. Oh, come on! Trim down properly.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, climb and maintain, flight level 280.
Okay. 1280. So 50.
Climb and maintain, flight level 280, SF-50 Vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
That'll be a good time to engage on time. Vertical speed. Okay, not that much, I'm sorry. Get to 2,500 feet per minute. The thing always likes to crash whenever I just try to press one of the other buttons aside from the this other stuff. Push air bleed. Got that one. I think I forgot to do the light this time. Because I was getting pissed off at the thing here. That's my bad. Alright, so we are climbing very steady right now. Let's see here. feels looking good. But for some reason it says that I'm like in the yellow zone. My fuel on the glass cockpit. That's a bit weird, but I can live with that. For all my viewers, once again, welcome to my stream. Currently climbing here, so I guess I can start the podcast listening now. Sec here. Open up my Opera browser quick. This is not a paid advertisement. That is a really trippy thing. That's a really trippy thumbnail. Anyway.
Welcome to r// entitled parents, where an entitled mother tries to steal OP's house. Also, real quick, I started a second channel, so I would really appreciate it if you could check it out by clicking the link in the description. Our next Reddit post is from Stale Cupcakes.
That's literally my stream right now.
My mother-in-law, who's 60, was evicted from her house. All of her other children.
Alright, chat.
have
One of the
refused
best
to
part
take her
about
in.
this
Me and my wife, who's 30, were nice enough to let her stay in our apartment until she gets her housing figured out. This process was
Let
supposed
me
to take 2
reduce
weeks,
my
but it turned into
critical
3
speed real
months.
quick, 'cause
She hasn't helped
I am
around the
bleeding
house. She
so
started
much
to eat our food that she didn't pay for. And she turned my living room into her bedroom, where she nods out and watches my TV all day and night. Last week,
Best part
my
about the
wife and I
app
called her
tablet
out for
is that
milking
I
this
can
entire situation.
control the media here, so I can pause.
And now she's
And I
starting
can
to
play.
barricade me from my
That's
own
pretty
house
cool. When
every
I
time I
first
come
saw
home
this,
from
I was
work,
like,
as well as hiding
that's
my
actually-
work shoes and
that's a really
stealing
cool
my
feature. I wanna
clothes.
try that out.
We tried to kick her out,
So I found
but
a
she's
perfect
refusing to
opportunity,
leave
so-
and calling us buttholes even though
Alright,
we
let's,
took her in. I'm sick of the petty BS that this 60-year-old
Have to
woman is
take off
playing when we were
out.
nice enough to let her stay while she
Five,
figures
six,
things
seven.
out. She's a sociopath! And now I understand why the other siblings don't want her in their homes. Wait, she barricades your house? Meaning you come home from work and you try to open the
Please
door,
check
but she's
2992.
piled stuff in front of the front door so that you can't get in, into your own house? What is she hoping to accomplish? That you'll just be like, oh well, can't open the door, guess the house belongs to her now, and I'll have to buy a new house for myself? Like, what's her plan? What's her end game? Our next Reddit post is from Fogland. I'm a 20-year-old guy, and I moved out of my parents' house at 18 because I really can't stand it. It's for all the kinds of reasons you would guess. They were jerks, they favored my younger sibling, they used me as free childcare, they told me, what's mine is mine, and what yours is mine, and all that BS. When I left, my dad told me to not let the door hit me on my way out and don't come back. I got the smallest and cheapest apartment that I could find, and I worked the same full-time job for 2 years. My parents didn't even hold out a month
Oh my
before
gosh,
calling
I'm so
me and
stupid.
begging me to come back home. Because without me, someone else had to watch my siblings. I refused because now I finally had time for myself. My dad eventually called me and actually demanded that I move back home and pay them rent instead because family is more important than my personal independence. I said back to him that my life is important too. And for once, I'm getting to live for myself. So he basically said, well then, see how long you can last without us. And we didn't talk for months. I don't know what he was hoping for, but I managed well enough by myself. My family seemed to slowly accept that I wasn't going to come crawling back, and over time we seemed to mend things. I could tell they were having a hard time dealing with the fact that things were on my terms, not theirs. They begged me to watch my youngest siblings from time to time, even though the two that are closest to me in age are in their mid-teens now. But my parents don't want to put babysitting on them any more than they have to, which is hypocritical of them since they try to put it on me as much as possible. And yes, I called them out on that. They responded with gaslighting and more months of silence yet again. And again, they were the ones to come crawling back to me for help. Not long ago, I bought myself a used Nintendo Switch, though I could only afford one game for it at the moment, Mario Kart. I got it bundled with the console for a good deal. My mom came by on a Saturday and asked me to watch my two youngest siblings for a while. She basically pushed them in the door at me and ran. And I was stuck with these two rowdy kids all day in my tiny apartment.
What the heck?
My mom didn't come back until after 9 p.m. And even then, that was only because I called her and made her come get the kids. She really didn't like that I cut her fun time short. I said that unless she wants to pay me, I was not going to watch my siblings all day anymore. And next time, I won't even open the door, and I'll call the cops if she just leaves them outside. The next morning, I realized that I couldn't find my Switch anymore, so I called my parents. And like I thought, one of my siblings took it. I said I was coming over to get it right away, but my mom said that it could wait because my youngest sibling was gaming on it, and she didn't have the heart to take it away. I said that it was taken without my permission, and I will be taking it back. So I got on my bike and rode there ASAP. When I arrived, my sibling was crying because the Switch's battery had gone dead and they didn't have a charger. I told them to give it back, but my dad took it and said that I can have it back when I agree to start helping out with my siblings more. I told him if that's how he wants to play this, I'll get the cops involved. And no, I'm not bluffing. He dug in his heels and insisted that I wouldn't do it, until I pulled out my phone and started dialing. My mom yelled, "Wait!" and hurriedly took my Switch back from my dad. He called her a traitor and demanded that she return it to him instead of me. But she said that it wasn't worth having the police called on them. Before leaving, I told them that if this ever happens again, I'd be calling the cops first. And if they want to switch for my siblings so bad, then they can get their own. My dad yelled that I can't disrespect him like that, and I countered that even though I'm an adult, he's not bothered to ever show an ounce of respect to me. And I'd had enough. Then I walked out with him yelling at me to come back and face him. Right now, they're back to giving me the silent treatment. My mom texted me once, begging me to still watch my siblings. I said that if she wants me to babysit so bad, then pay me. And I will only take money in advance because I am not doing it for free anymore. Especially after they stole from me and refused to return my property. They don't own me. I'm an adult with my own place and my own life. And they can either get used to it or get lost. It's been over a week since that text conversation, and none of them have talked to me yet, which is fine. They can deal with their own messes. Down in the comments, everyone is saying that Opie has big balls, and Yeah, it takes a lot of courage to stand up to your own parents. But as I'm reading this story, all I can think about is this courage emerged because OP has just been abused time after time after time, and it's taken years of this like piled up abuse for him to finally get to this point. So OP, I'm thrilled that you're finally able to stand up for yourself and set your boundaries.
Line
But I'm really sad that you had to go through all this to get here.
Alpha
Our next Reddit post is from Dr. Ant. So, for background, for my birthday, I got a Wrangler brand jean jacket. And upon getting this jacket, I took it upon myself to start hand sewing patches onto this jacket. This included a few video game patches, firearm company patches, and quite a few racing patches. I enjoy racing
Resume
cars, and
navigation.
I have a number of
SF-50
patches for brands that I
Alpha,
support or purchase parts from, including Summit, Turbo Glue, Holly, etc. Now, the jacket in the condition it's in now is not cheap. To actually recreate it, it's probably a good couple of $100 because a number of the patches are
Sorry
older
if I
or
missed
rare
a
and
bit
hard to
of
get your
the,
hands on
story.
anymore. So obviously, I wear this jacket everywhere, and I make sure all the patches are tightly stitched to the fabric to prevent theft, loss, etc. So, as usual, I slipped on my jacket and went out to get lunch after class. I wear my jacket everywhere and just about every day on campus, and especially when I race. So, like every day, I parked in the McDonald's parking lot, hopped out of my car, locked my truck, and pocketed my keys. Entering the building, I noticed a few families, but I didn't pay them any mind. I just walked to the counter and waited for the mother and her daughter, who couldn't have been any older than 16, to finish their order. When they were done, I requested 2 cheeseburgers and a Coke to eat there at the restaurant. As I was getting my drink, the mother walked up to me and started asking me about the patches. I'm used to this. This is how the conversation went.
You have such a lovely jacket. Could you please tell me what racing fuel patch is for?
Of course, it's a racing fuel that I use for my car. I'm a small-time racer here locally, and I support their brand for making a wonderful product. The teenager says,
You can't be a racer. You're too fat.
to put it bluntly, I am not the thinnest person in the world. I'm very broadly built, and I carry a bit of a gut that I'm not entirely proud of. I say, anyone
My
can be
apologies,
anything
y'all,
they put their
if
mind to it.
the
I smiled at the
voice is
teenager, and
echoing into
this
the
seemed
mic.
to end a brief conversation,
Sorry about that.
so I walked to the counter, got my food, and sat down to eat. I thought that would be the end of it, but clearly I didn't learn from reading this subreddit. As I was finishing up my second sandwich and starting to throw away my trash, I felt something pull on my jacket. I didn't really think anything about it until I noticed that the
This is gonna be a pretty long
changed
flight
into a
because
jerking motion, like someone was trying to
we're
pull the
literally
jacket
heading
off
to
of me.
Singapore right
Turning
now.
around, I noticed that the teenager was trying to get my attention by tugging on the hem of my jacket. Can I help you?
Could I try your jacket on, please?
I'm sorry, no. I'd really rather not take it off. It has sentimental value.
Please, just for a minute. What's the harm? I'll give you a kiss if you do.
Again, I'd really rather not. While your offer is sweet, I have to get back to campus for my classes, and like I said, this jacket is very special to me. From here, things got odd. She went from calm to screaming, oh geez, the R word that rhymed with grape, right there in the middle of this dinky McDonald's.
Oh my
And
goodness.
suddenly, all eyes are on me and this girl. The mother, of course, is already dialing 911 as the girl keeps saying stuff about how I tried to molest her and I was trying to R
Okay,
her.
that is a
All while
wild
backing
accusation.
away from her, saying that
Oh
I
my
didn't
gosh,
even touch
dude.
her. And I guess the mother figured that now was a good time to amp up the lies.
If you didn't touch her, then why'd you take her boyfriend's jacket, you pervert?
What the hell are you talking about? I walked in here wearing this jacket.
No, you didn't. Her boyfriend gave her that jacket. She wouldn't take it off for anyone. Now you're trying to steal it from her, too?
Then the manager came out. When he hears about the R accusations, suddenly I'm being detained until the cops can sort this out. The mother is still screaming into the phone with the operator, and the daughter is now bawling about how I groped her. Honestly, writing this, I'm so freaking angry at this point, how there's basically no evidence against me, yet I have to remain to keep things from looking worse than they already do. So the cops arrive, and of course, it's still the same story from before.
He stole her jacket and then started trying to R her.
And the minute the word R showed up, I was in cuffs, and
What the-
oddly
why?
enough, the coat was removed. The cop then walked me out to her cruiser
Man,
to get
fuck
my
that bitch.
information and figure
Seriously.
out the full story, having taken the mother and daughter statements already. Sir, do you have ID on you today? Yes, ma'am. It's in my wallet in my front pocket. And can you please explain to me what happened on your side? Yes, ma'am. I came in to have lunch, and I spoke briefly with the girl's mother about my jacket and the patches. Afterwards, the daughter asked to try on my jacket. When I told her no, she ended up screaming the R word, and the mother started saying that I had stolen the jacket. Sir, can you prove this jacket belongs to you? At this point, I was a little worried. The jacket is actually only branded with my racing name, Smokey, and not my legal name. But at that point, I remembered that, yes, I did have a way to prove it. Yes, ma'am. Would you please get out my wallet? As the officer pulled out my wallet, I pointed out that I had stitched a patch that said Smokey into my wallet, just like my jacket. In the end, the mother and daughter were charged with inciting panic and falsifying a police report. I basically got off scot-free,
Yeah, now they don't
though
update
I was warned that in the future, I might want to stitch my name into articles of clothing that could be stolen. After this, I stitched my name directly underneath the Velcro patch. That was Rslash entitled Parents, and if you like this content, then check out my second channel where I cover additional Reddit content. Also, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Welcome to r/nice guys versus r/nice girls, where you get to decide which group is crazier. Even though this time, I can pretty much tell you that it's definitely the guys. Posted to Reddit. To be honest, dude, I wouldn't waste your time even bothering. I left this cute waitress at Starbucks my number, and she took it, but I never got a text. It's been 2 weeks now, and nothing. So I went over today, and she was there working, and I left her my number again by telling her that she might have misplaced the one I gave her in a joking manner. And she said that she just didn't feel comfortable, but it's a text. If you're not comfortable texting, then why take my number in the first place? Even though I think she's an idiot, I'm gonna go there tomorrow and give her a small bunch of flowers just to see if I can mend this somehow. Haha. F this university. I've been crushing on someone for months. Never talked to them, waiting for the right moment. I watched them for ages. Today, I built up the courage to buy her flowers, and she doesn't even care. She says that she has a boyfriend, which I know is a lie, and then when I call her out, she calls me a creep. I'm effing sick of females at this university. Can't appreciate an active old-fashioned romance. I bet if some Chad went Mad Mike on you, you wouldn't make up some lame excuse, you effing liar. Females are so cool these days, to the kindest of men. Man, I'm trying to imagine someone you've literally never talked to in your entire life. Maybe never
disagree
even
with
seen in your entire life. Comes up to you out of the blue with flowers.
I mean, I don't
It's
know.
like, "Can go on a date with you?"
I don't have
It's like,
experience with this
huh?
shit.
What? Who are you?
Like,
Why do you bring me flowers? Do we know each other? If anything.
okay, I have no experience with this shit because I never really had any interest in the dating thing, but like, I mean, I do have crushes here and there. Back then, when I was in high school, that was pretty much it. Just liked someone a lot, and I mean, I obviously do have female friends. So pretty much it. And don't even think about it. Sorry, but at the same time, I feel like, yeah, I'm not cut out for this shit, man. I guess I just rather stick to my guns and all that stuff, you know. Yeah. Anyway, where were we?
That seems more confusing than romantic. Posted to Reddit. I've come to accept the fact that all the women in the world came together and agreed to never date me specifically. This sounds crazy, but you're not me.
What?
You don't understand what I've been through. Looking back at my relationship history, I've only been in 2 relationships, and they were both pretty short and sucky, like 2 months at most. And I've been rejected so many times. I
Already
just
flying at the
fine.
same
I
damn
don't
heading
want
as before.
I'm just stuck making friends. I also came to accept that my queen, whom I haven't met yet, is dead because seeing how many women are getting killed by serial killers and their abusive boyfriends or husbands, my soulmate is probably among the dead.
Wait, let me
So I'm
tune
screwed.
into-
I can't force a woman to see me as her future hubby, and maybe after I die and get reincarnated, I might get lucky. Then, beneath that Reddit post, someone replies, "Yeah, I know. I was at the all-female women meeting where we decided collectively to just avoid you." On this next post, OP has a boyfriend of 3 years, so she turned down this guy's request for dates and nudes. Then she gets this. "I just can't believe you. I've complimented you for months by swiping up on your story. I've offered so many times to take you out to dinner and pay, but all I get is thank you or I have a boyfriend. You seriously disgust me. Even if you did have a boyfriend, I would be an upgrade, and it's sad that you can't see that. Pathetic, really. I go to the gym, I have a 6-figure paying job, and I'm quite attractive. And that's still not enough to even take you on a date or receive any pictures for my efforts? I can't tell if you're blind or ungrateful. Maybe both. I don't even find you attractive anymore with how selfish and just rude you are to me after I've been so generous with my compliments and time. I hope your current boyfriend treats you like your last ex, and you clearly need some karma in your life to teach you a lesson." Well, okay. Man,
Oh,
I do
gosh.
nice guys versus nice girls because, you know, I want to be able to see which one's worse, but man, the nice guys are really coming out swinging this time around, aren't they? On this next post, Opie has a guy friend, and he sends her this advice. "You have medium-sized boobs, which are nice, and to be honest, boob size doesn't really matter.
Why are you
As long as your
starting
boobs
with
big
that?
enough to grab a handful
Why are
of,
you
and they have a nice
starting with
shape,
that?
like a ripe mango
Why?
or something, which you more than have. Your thighs are the perfect ratio of muscles and fat, big enough for a guy who likes thick things to
Oh,
appreciate, but also small enough to not make them seem overweight, which also a guy who likes skinny girls can appreciate. Your belly may be a hit or miss with people, depending on their tastes. You have enough
this
chub
is
on your
lighting
body
up,
to make you seem full and whole when someone hugs you or is on
I'm
top of
literally
you.
just gonna sit
But
here for
once
6 hours
again,
straight.
although it's not enough chub to
Or
make you look
for-
fat, someone whose beauty standards are for a girl to be super slim may find that off-putting. Me, personally, as a guy, I find your level of chub attractive at an instinctive level. Probably because, evolutionarily speaking, chub means a female has enough resources to bear a child and successfully mate with me. No joke, if a guy hasn't been brainwashed or is able to ignore modern beauty standards, mild levels of belly chub is a legit point of attraction for men at a biological level. Almost the same as big boobs are. Wait,
What?
What did I just read? What was that? I can't even tell what this is exactly. Is he trying to build her up? Is he trying to compliment her by telling her that she has mango-shaped boobs? Or is
What?
he hitting on her? Because
What
if he's
in
hitting
this-
on her, this is an awful blunder. I genuinely can't tell. Hey, Happy New Year. It's March? I know that, moron. I forgot to wish you, so I'm doing it now. Alright, same to you. I see you broke up with blank. Yeah, I'm sorry for what he did. No, it's okay. I'm doing fine now. I can't believe I raised him to be such a grunt. Anyways, are you seeing anyone? No, I just need a break. Oh, that's great. I actually wanted to confess something. Okay, but before you say or do something, I should remind you that you're his best friend, and he thinks of you like his brother. Why'd you have to say that, dude? I don't think me not saying it is gonna make a difference. Do you even want me to confess? No, I don't. So, I was saying that I've had this major crush on you. I've been imagining things, and it makes me really happy. Not gonna lie, it's mostly sexual. Just being honest
Oh
here.
my gosh,
WTF,
dude, what
dude?
the
I said
actual
no. But I don't think
What
you
the
really
actual
understand what
fuck
I'm
is
trying
that?
to say here. I'm not like your ex. I'm a much nicer guy. And, well, my dick is longer too. Oops. Who
Son
said
of a-
that? You're making me uncomfortable. Just stop this. Wow, he was right. You really are a B-word, aren't you? I'm just asking you to give me a chance here. I don't want a relationship or anything, so you can have your time and space if you want. but we can help each other here. Oh yeah?
I'm gonna move my
Yeah,
mic
you
closer.
can get back at him and also have a great time. Wow. Exactly. Can I send you a picture? WTF? Do you not get it? I'm not interested. And now I don't even want to
There you
talk
go.
to you ever.
Hello.
Maybe you'll
Mic is
change
much
your
closer
mind
now.
after seeing the picture. Okay, this guy this guy's pickup line is really, hello, it's March, so Happy New Year, and by the way, here's my penis. Our next post is a cross post from r/online dating. This just
Damn.
happened. I was talking to a girl on Sunday and Monday
I don't
after
even know.
matching on Hinge. I asked if she would like to meet up since we found that we had a lot in common. She agreed enthusiastically.
Okay, that
I
there's
gave her two
Changi.
options to pick
It's
from
still
for a
a
meetup. She said that
long
she
way
liked the
from
idea
there.
of this, but never got back with an answer. 3 days
Yeah.
later, I double texted and said jokingly, "Tough decision, huh?" And I let her know that we could do something other than what was suggested if she preferred. Then she unmatched without a response. I'm not sure why she
Okay.
unmatched, but that's irrelevant. I just wanted to know what.
What do
might
you
be
mean
wrong with
that's
my setup
irrelevant?
here. I felt that giving her options was better than choosing for her. My options were roller skating or drinks. Wait, what? Why is this posted here? Oh, okay. Okay, I see. I'm willing to give up her full name, her age, school she went to, and what city she lives in. Let me know if you think that I
Oh,
should
there's
post this
the
info.
notification
I
again. Not as
personally
pissed as
believe
before
that people
now,
should be
so-
shamed for their awful behavior.
Let's just do
She
the same
was an
thing as
N-word
before.
anyways. Nothing of value was
Force
lost.
stopping the
I
damn
was
thing.
not expecting that plot twist at the end there. I got to admit, that one really came out of left field. Well, dude, if I had to guess, she either Googled you and found out that you're a racist douchebag,
There we go.
or you
We are back on
inadvertently
track,
revealed
baby.
that you're
Oh.
a racist douchebag, and then she unmatched you
What's going
because
on?
why
Why is this-
shouldn't she? That was r/nice guys, and this is r/nice girls. On this next post, OP has absolutely
Why are
no
we
idea who
banking
this
cycle
girl
then?
is.
Hey, is this still Blank?
Yes, it is. Who's this?
It's Blank from Tinder. I saw your
Okay, I actually thought bro was gonna compare the post from the nice guy sub, and then after that, the nice girls, and it's just gonna alternate. It's gonna alternate between the two subs up until the end of the video. So I was kind of expecting that, but I guess this works too.
Your profile was back up, so I wanted to say hi. We matched a couple of years ago, but you had a girlfriend, so we never met up.
Then she tries to call OP and says,
Oops, that was a butt dial. Sorry about that.
then 2 weeks later she replies,
Hey.
2 weeks later.
I forgot to tell you Happy New Year.
"Hey Blank, Happy New Year. To be honest, with all due respect, I don't exactly remember you by name, and I've cycled through like 2 new phones since then. Lol. Sorry for my poor memory."
That's okay. It's been, I think, 4 years, lol. I'm glad that I found you back on Tinder. You were in a relationship for that long? I hope I didn't scare you away.
Then, 2 weeks later,
Hey, it's Blank. Hey, Blank. Hey, OP, it's me again. Just checking in. How are you? I don't know if my texts and calls are going through. Are you getting my texts? Did you block me? Huh? Hello? Did I do something wrong? I was gonna ask you if you wanted to finally meet up and get dinner. We talked about that sushi place in Coral Gables. We could do that. I apologize for spam texting. I just really want to see if we could be something special. We spoke for a while and got on so well. Remember my dog Lucy? We talked about maybe going on a play date? And Misha, how is Misha? You sent me the cutest picture of her. Hello? I'll take the silence as an answer. I'll leave you alone now. So, wait, you're actually not going to respond? That's so rude. All I wanted was to see if this would work, but whatever.
Why is he not blocking her yet?
Hello?
What the heck is
Jesus
this?
Christ, hello? Just effing answer at least. I'm trying to work this out. We could have had a beautiful life together, and you're ignoring this. Ignoring us.
man, I guess we're supposed to assume that this girl was basically just stalking this guy's social media for the past 4 years, waiting for her chance to strike? Yeesh. This next post is a cross post from r/Am I the Butthole. Am I the butthole for calling my best friend's girlfriend a gold digger? Okay, so I'm a 31-year-old woman, and my best friend, a 31-year-old guy, has started dating this girl who's 27 some weeks ago. She's now moved into his house and lives there. This girl is bad news. I've been trying to tell this to my BFF, but he's too pussy-whipped to listen. She doesn't pay rent, and she doesn't give him money for bills. When I expressed my concern, he just brushed it off, saying that he owns the house, so he doesn't need rent and he can afford bills on his own. When I went to meet him last night for dinner, I saw this shameless woman come in with a handful of shopping bags like she owns the place. My BFF wasn't in the room at that moment, but I went ballistic on the girl, saying that she's exploiting my friend and using him for money. She started crying. She's a bit of a typical girl like that, saying that she shopped using my friend's credit card only for household stuff, and that there were just bed sheets and linens in the shopping bags. Now, I don't care, because I'd had enough looking at my friend wasting his life with this deadbeat girl. I let it slide for the first few days they seemed to be together because this girl came to the UK as a refugee a few years ago and I sympathized with her. But she doesn't seem to do any better. She's not on par with my BFF intellectually. Her favorite singer is Taylor Swift, for crying out loud. And she seems more interested in cooking than trying to find a higher paying job. My BFF's cousin storms in hearing the commotion and starts berating me for making her cry. This girl is kind of the conventionally attractive type, so I'm not surprised to see another man defending her. When my BFF came in, she started crying and manipulating him like those types of women do, and he turned on me. He said that I'm lucky I'm a girl, or else I wouldn't have walked out on my own two legs. I cannot believe my ears. This girl has changed him. He hated fairy lights in the color pink, and now this girl has painted his living room wall in an awful Pepto-Bismol pink and strung fairy lights on the backyard. She's living there for free and brings nothing to the table, except her body, I guess. I said this to my friend, and I noted how disappointed I was in him that after all these years of identifying as a feminist, he decided to settle on a live-in prostitute instead of searching for a real partner. His girl ran in crying to her room, and my BFF looked me in the eye and asked me to F off and that we're done. 7 years of friendship, and I was gone. Most of our friend group, especially the guys, think that I'm right, but my BFF's cousin, his girlfriend, etc. have all stopped talking to me. I don't believe in coddling my friends when they're doing things that could harm them. Does that make me the butthole? Alright, I'll just treat this like a Rslash am I the butthole post. Yes, you are the butthole because you are very clearly infatuated with your friend. You want to be the girlfriend. You want him to pick you. So when you picked another girl instead, your response is to belittle that girl to try to drive a wedge between them. OP, you get 3 out of 5 buttholes. Everyone else gets 0 out of 5 buttholes.
Hey, you might not remember me, but I'm Blank's friend. We met at the pub on Saturday night.
Oh, hey Blank, how are you?
I'm great. It was really nice meeting you. It's a shame that you left so early.
Likewise. Yeah, I had to work on Sunday, so I decided to have an early night. I saw Blank's Snapchats. Looked like I missed out on a good time.
You did. So, I really enjoyed talking to you before you left. And I was wondering if you'd like to catch up over a drink through the week. Or maybe you could come over to my place and we could Netflix and chill.
Oh, I might be misreading the situation here, but you should probably know that I'm gay.
Okay, well, that's not the impression that I got from you at all. I'm pretty sure that you were flirting with me the other night, but whatever. I guess you're just an F-word who likes to lead nice girls on just for kicks.
Whoa. Look, I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong impression, but that's not on.
Okay, I'm sorry that I said that. I guess I was just shocked. Friends?
I suppose.
I still think that we should hook up, though. I could fix you.
Fix me? Are you serious? What is wrong with you?
You know what? F you. All I'm trying to do is help you, but you're just being a dick to me. You don't know what you're missing out on. You will never find another girl like me who's nice and willing to go out of her effing way to make you a real man. Sorry, hon, but you've missed your chance. Don't ever let me talk to me again.
got pissed off.
You'll never find another
Sorry.
girl like me. The dude's gay, lady. He doesn't want any girl like you. Alright, whatever.
Throw.
That was r/nice guys versus r/nice girls. And if you like this content, check out my second channel by clicking the link in the description.
I kind of wanna listen to more r/NTT parents. That's what I like to call that sub. But there's also r/NTT people, courtesy of Dark Fluff. So, am I the a-hole for deleting my husband's YouTube channel? What the actual? Okay, that's I gotta see.
Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where someone sends a dick pic in a work email. Am I the butthole for replying to a coworker's inappropriate text by work email and attaching them?
Okay, I'm gonna check this out real quick, y'all. Sorry.
If you see this on Saturday, February 21st, God wants to tell you He will never let what you lost be the best you ever had. Nothing God asks you to leave behind is better than what He's leading you into. If God took something away from you that you never imagined losing, He's going to replace it with something you never imagined having. God said in the Bible, do not dwell on the past. Forget about it. It is nothing compared to what I'm going to do. He said, I am doing a new thing in your life. And I'm here to tell you on this Saturday that God is doing a new thing in your life, but you're not going to be able to see it if your eyes are stuck in the rear view mirror. The windshield is bigger than the rear view for a reason. What's ahead of you is so much bigger than whatever is behind you. But sometimes when God does a new thing, He starts it out by breaking the old thing. But when you look back, you're going to thank God for taking that thing or person away from you. You're going to say, man, that was just holding space for what I actually needed. Because listen to me, there is nothing, no person, no job, no opportunity that God will ever allow to leave your life that He doesn't intend to replace with something so much bigger and better than whatever you lost, that you forget about what you even lost in the first place. God removes to replace. God knows what you need, when you need it, and how to get it to you. You're crying over a closed door. Meanwhile, God's building you a whole house. And you don't have to stress out about the how, when, why, or where. When you know that what God has for you will not miss you. What's truly meant for you will find you. You don't have to chase it, force it, manipulate it. If it's from God, it will arrive in His timing. And His timing is perfect. The Bible says He makes everything beautiful in His time. Whose time? Not your time, not my time. God's time. And God is never late. We're just impatient. Can I get an egg? Man, if you see this.
Amen, brother.
Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where someone sends a dick pic in a work email. Am I the butthole for replying to a coworker's inappropriate text by work email and attaching them? Oh, OP, I am already here for this. This sounds messy. One of my coworkers, who I thought was friendly, but that was it, because he's married, sent me some inappropriate text at like 3 a.m. on St. Patrick's Day weekend. He was asking me to come over and have some fun, saying that he had been into me for a while and he knew that I felt the same. To be clear, I don't. I'm a lesbian, but I'm not open about it at work. He also sent me a naked selfie that luckily cut off right before his member, but man, it was close. When I saw the messages, I was out with friends and I was like, what the F? Okay, this is a Monday problem. I have a really strict rule with myself that I don't do work, think about work, or answer messages about work outside of 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. I also don't use my personal phone for work stuff. If someone from work calls or texts me and it's not one of the coworkers I see as a close friend and trust to not talk shop on the weekends, then I'm not answering. And this time, I include dealing with this douchebag as a workday problem, so I ignored his message. He sent me several texts later saying, sorry, I was drunk. Then he sent me a text saying that he didn't say his message how he wanted to say it, but that he's still into me and he had a feeling that I felt the same. On Monday, I wrote him an email on the work email saying, hi coworker, I am writing to follow up on your messages from the prior several days. See attached. Please only contact me through work channels during regular business hours. I do not use my personal number with colleagues. Additionally, I found the content of your messages unwelcome and inappropriate. Please only contact me regarding work. Signed, OP. I didn't send the email to HR, but I did blind CC my personal email so I'd have a copy just in case. And he got really mad, texted me back saying that I had crossed a line attaching attaching his picture to a work email, and was I trying to get him fired? I screenshotted that text too and attached it to an additional email saying, as per my prior email, please only contact me about work matters and only on my business email or Slack. He stopped texting me, but he came to my desk to speak to me, and before he said anything, I asked, is this a work question? He said that I knew what it was about, and I said that I wasn't available for a discussion at this moment. And if he did need to meet with me for a work matter, could he please schedule a meeting on the calendar and include a read-ahead to brief me on the topic of the meeting? He walked off. I feel like I was a bit of a B-word in dealing with this, when maybe I could have told him to cut it out by text. But I'm also effing sick of dealing with this type of stuff at every job. And I feel like my patience to use my own time and energy to gently ask guys to cool it has worn thin. And I want to set the precedent that I won't engage at all outside of work hours or work accounts. Am I the butthole for sending that email? Then OP posted an update. I sent an email to HR this afternoon, and they called a meeting with me the same day. I told them everything, though there wasn't a lot to say that wasn't already captured in the emails. They assured me that I wouldn't have any more contact with him at work. They're gonna meet with him tomorrow. And then another edit. Oh my god. I went out to happy hour with a few of my female friends in my field to vent. And one of my friends told me that she met this same guy at a professional conference, given him her personal business card with her phone number, and he sent her a nasty pic too. She just replied saying that that was inappropriate and that she had a husband. And he said something about her husband not having to know. So she had her husband call him to leave a voicemail telling him to F off. And then she never heard from him again. I asked her if she'd be okay sending screenshots of the text exchange to my HR contact. She was. And she even wrote that she met him at a professional conference where he was representing the company. That she gave him a business card for networking reasons, and he sent her an unsolicited lewd picture, and that she had to get her husband to intervene to stop the harassment. Then, another update. He was fired. I don't know a lot of details. I have a follow-up meeting with HR soon, but my coworkers told me that he was escorted out of the building this morning. One of my coworkers who sits near the HR office said that they heard him screaming at the HR staff during his meeting this morning. It's crazy how this stuff escalated, honestly. Just last week I thought he was a chill guy. OP, the way that you shut down this guy's advances using like corporate lingo is just so funny to me. As per my previous email, go f*** yourself. And then afterwards the guy tried to come to your desk and intimidate you, and you're like, if you would like to schedule an intimidation meeting, please add it to my calendar. Thank you, valued coworker. OP, you get an easy 0 out of 5 buttholes. That guy gets 4 out of 5 buttholes. The dude's sexually harassing women at work, while also being a serial cheater on his wife. Ugh. Am I the butthole for deleting my husband's YouTube channel? My husband is really obsessed with YouTubers and believes that we can become really wealthy as family vloggers. In the beginning, I was supportive, but it's getting increasingly bizarre and embarrassing. Our family consists of myself, him, our 3-year-old daughter, and his 71-year-old grandpa. We live in his grandpa's house. His pitch for our YouTube channel is basically the Ace family plus a demented cooking grandpa. What this means is that we pretend his grandpa's cars are ours and so is his house, and that we're taking care of him. Side note, his grandpa is very healthy and is all there mentally. Grandpa's role in this is to cook a lot of food for my daughter and orphans while my husband records it. It's basically the YouTubers Ace family and Indian grandpas combined. After grandpa cooks and sends food to the local homeless shelter, me and my husband are supposed to sit around and talk about how his grandpa is so inspiring despite his illness and how he sundowns really bad. For those who don't know, sundowning is like if you have dementia or Alzheimer's, I forget which one it is, but like sundowning is when it gets really, really bad at the end of the day. So in the morning you're really lucid and functioning, but as the day goes on it gets worse and worse. So that's this guy's excuse for why his grandpa is functional during the video, but not functional later. His grandpa agreed to this because he thinks that it's a cooking show starring him, but he complains that he doesn't want to cook so much food every day. I feel really bad because he's cooking so much food, and Eventually, my husband's mom found out about the channel and demanded that we take everything down. Grandpa also says that he doesn't want to cook for homeless people every day. He only wants to cook for my daughter. I got scared that Grandpa was going to kick us out, so I deleted the YouTube videos. Am I the butthole? Okay, so this isn't really about YouTube. This is about your husband exploiting his grandfather for his own personal gain. There was this YouTube
I'm not sure if that's okay.
family vlogger pranking channel that went viral for all the wrong reasons when Philip DeFranco exposed them because they were like basically abusing their kids for monetary gain. I forget their name, it was a while ago, but they would play these really cruel pranks on their youngest kid without the kid's consent. The kid was clearly not having a good time, was not in on the joke, and just miserable, video after video after video. But because the kid was reacting so strongly and emotionally, it created, I don't want to say good content, because that's successful content, like, it got views, I guess is what I'm saying. It resulted in views. So, not only is what your husband doing unethical, OP, but also this type of content just isn't welcome on YouTube. I think I still have to give you 1 out of 5 butthole because it sounds like you were involved in this channel in some capacity, so you're kind of like an accomplice.
Okay, so the wife didn't delete the YouTube channel because, oh my. So basically, the wife did not delete the channel because, oh, I'm jealous of my husband is gaining more popularity than me or something like that. No, it's doing the family YouTuber kind of thing. You know, I've seen lots of documentaries on that. So, okay, I guess I'll give her the benefit of the doubt here. I'm gonna have to agree with Rslash's verdict here. It's 1 out of 5 buttholes. That's perfectly fine. And for my new viewers, hello. Welcome to my Saturday Night Shenanigans live stream. Today, I will be flying from Davao City to Singapore and listening to Rslash while I'm cruising here.
But it seems like you're
let's continue listening.
Eventually you sort of realize how wrong it is to
enjoy
the behavior. So I
white
can't be
noise
too harsh on you, OP,
while
but
you're
still,
listening,
you kind of screw up here by
also
enabling
my
this
voice.
behavior at
Sorry
first.
if
So 1 out of 5 buttholes for you.
Also, I'm sorry
Your
if
husband,
the
of course, gets
the
4 out
voice
of 5
is echoing
buttholes.
from
What he's
my
trying to
laptop
do is
speakers
really
to the mic
unhinged.
right here.
Am I the butthole for scolding my
about that.
struggling sister
It's
when she
happening
gives
right
us
now.
grief
Please let
about
me know if
adopting a
it is
baby?
happening so I
My
can
sister,
adjust
who's 35,
accordingly.
and her husband, who's 37, have been struggling with infertility since they got married 12 years ago. They've tried absolutely everything, from medical to spiritual, but unfortunately, nothing works. Now that she's approaching her late 30s, they're starting to look into adoption, but it's also been slow going since their financial condition isn't exactly stable from multiple rounds of fertility treatments they went through. I can only imagine the struggle, and I sympathize with her, but the stress this situation is bringing her and her husband honestly puts a strain on our relationship. My husband and I, who are both 30, lost our best friends, Mason and his wife Kate, 2 weeks ago in a horrible car accident. They left behind their son, Pete, who isn't even 2 yet. It was so sudden and so heart-wrenching. We're still grieving, which lowers our contact with a lot of people, including my sister and brother-in-law. Our main concern right now is ourselves and Pete. We've got custody of Pete since we're his godparents, and we're actively engaged in Pete's life since his birth. And because Mason and Kate didn't have a will or any immediate living relatives who can take him in, we've decided to adopt Pete as soon as we can stomach the process. My husband and I never planned on having kids. And even if we did, this is absolutely not the way that we want to go about it. The situation is far from ideal, but we started the adoption process yesterday for Pete's safety, if nothing else. We broke the news to our extended family and friends, letting them know that my husband and I won't be available for a little longer because of this. I just know that my sister and brother-in-law will have something to say about this. I had prepared myself to get a few heated text messages or voicemails, but I did not expect them to turn up on my doorstep, crying about how unfair it is that we were given everything that we wanted, and how we didn't deserve to be parents because we didn't go through what they had to. I have never seen my husband so angry before. He's usually very mild and gentle, but recent events have stretched our patience to the limits. We kicked him off our porch, and I told my sister before she left that since our pain inconveniences her so much, that I shouldn't have her around me or my family at all anymore. I know she made a fuss about it, and now everyone has something to say to us. We turned off our phones, so we don't know which ones are cursing and which ones aren't. I know that some people are cursing at us. My husband and I are both in pain and grieving, and we can't trust ourselves to be objective. Did we go too far? Well, OP, clearly the solution is to take Pete, who's what, 2 years old? Have a sit-down, heart-to-heart conversation with him and say, listen, Pete, sorry that your parents are dead and all, but honestly, you're not our problem because our sister doesn't like you. So, I don't know, good luck out there, I guess. But hey, look on the bright side. A lot of superheroes start off by having dead parents, so maybe you have like a super cool, edgy backstory going on. Anyways, good luck, kid. Right? Like, what's the alternative? You're supposed to send out this 2-year-old orphan onto the street when you made a literal binding contract with his parents that you would be Pete's caregiver if they ever died, and you're supposed to just throw all that away because your sister has hurt feelings? What? And then she drives across town to confront you. Meanwhile, you have a kid unexpectedly out of the blue, and your friends have died, so you're grieving that, and she shows up to criticize you? What is going through her brain? Imagine being so self-obsessed that when someone else dies and leaves an orphaned 2-year-old, your response is, how dare they? Down in the comments, I'm going to read this post from Careless Detective because they put it in a way that is so elegant and beautiful. It's just, okay, hey, adopted kid here. I can give you tips on how to be a butthole if you want to be because this story inflames me anyway. Your sister and her husband, much like my parents, tried everything else before even considering adoption. That makes their future kid their very last option. They clearly would rather have their own child. This attitude disgusts me personally, but whatever. I guess that's normal for society. However, Pete is your first option. You sacrificed the lifestyle that you wanted to have for him. You chose his life before the future that you envisioned, not as a last-ditch effort. It's guaranteed that you'll be a better parent. You will be the butthole if you told her this, and honestly, I encourage it. I actually didn't think about this angle. That is very, very telling, actually. Super noble, OP. The fact that you're literally throwing away the life that you wanted just so you can honor your friends and raise Pete, which is just, honestly, 10 out of 10 human being, noble, awesome, good person. I like you, OP. Be my best friends. Super awesome. So, obviously, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Your sister? Do they get 5 out of 5? Let me think. That seems a bit extreme. Yeah, okay. I'll give them 4 out of 5. It's pretty bad, but hey, at least they're not like abusing children or something. Am I the butthole for saying that it's a little embarrassing that a girl's nanny puts little notes in her lunch? So I'm a 16-year-old girl, and this other girl, Nicole, who's 16, started going to my school after winter break. She's a little weird, to be honest. She doesn't talk a lot, and when she does talk, she's so quiet that you can barely hear her. She used to eat in her car, but one of my friends felt bad for her and invited her to eat with us. I noticed that all of her lunches had a little piece of paper, and she'd read it, smile for like 2 seconds, then fold it up and put it in a pocket in her lunchbox. Sometimes she would take it out and read it a couple of times during lunch. I eventually asked what it is, and she said that she has a nanny and she writes her notes every day. I asked if she thinks that's a little embarrassing, because I don't know anyone who has notes in her lunches past 5th grade. She got kind of defensive and said that her nanny does similar things for her siblings, who are all in preschool or elementary school, so it kind of proved my point. She started eating in her car again, and one of my friends got mad at me because apparently she had a really bad home life before moving here, and she's never had anyone do that stuff for her. I don't know how the F she expected me to know that, considering she usually only talks about school, but it's starting some drama in my friend group, so I want to know if I was the butthole. Okay, OP, I don't want to be too harsh on you because you're a 16-year-old kid, and people make really, really stupid mistakes when they're 16. I mean, we all have. But like, you know, let's be honest, OP, you're being kind of a bully here. I mean, not kind of a bully, you literally are being a bully. So like, what's the problem exactly? That this girl has a relationship with her nanny, and that she and her nanny like each other, and they share notes, so? What's wrong with love and affection and maternal bonds? Like, your friend wasn't hurting anyone, she was just eating her lunch, doing something that brings them joy for a couple of seconds, and you're trashing on that? Why? Why trash on something that brings someone else joy? It's just mean, man. So, yeah, I get that you're 16, and when you're 16, your entire world revolves around being cool and not being cringy, but come on, OP, you're being kind of cringy here. Don't be a bully. If I were you, OP, I would take the girl aside in private, not in front of your other friends, and just be like, hey, you know, I'm really sorry about that. That's my bad. I shouldn't have criticized you. I've never come across someone who, like, had that relationship with a nanny, so it was kind of surprising to me, and, you know, I reacted badly, but there's nothing wrong with it, and I apologize. I remember, one of my closest friends, actually probably my single best friend in life, I was over at his house one time, and his mom was like, okay, sweetie, you guys have fun, I'm gonna go to the store or whatever, and she came down, leaned over, and kissed my friend on the lips. He and his mom kissed on the lips, just like a quick peck. And me, being like, I mean, 13 at the time, my mom was like, what? You kissed your mom on the lips? What is happening? And because, you know, my family doesn't do that. I had never kissed my mom on the lips. I never kissed my dad on the lips. So it literally never even entered my brain that this was a thing that other people do, just because I'd never been exposed to it as a kid. But then, you know, my friend was like, yeah, we do that. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess, you know, I didn't mean to react so strongly. I just had no idea that people did that, so I was surprised. And you know, it's not a big deal, man. So what I'm trying to say is, if you want to make out with your mom, go ahead and make out with your mom. No judgment from me. Anyways, OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving you, let's say, 1 out of 5 buttholes. That was Rslash Am I the Butthole. And if you like this content, check out my second channel by clicking the link in the description. Also, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Welcome to Rslash.
Don't forget to subscribe to his channel because he makes Reddit posts every single day.
Boyfriend's been with her. Am I the butthole for going home after I got told to sleep on the floor? I'll preface this by saying that my husband, who's 33, has a friend, Carl, who's also 33, who my husband considers to be one of his closest friends. My husband sometimes calls Carl his nicotine because of how much he misses him and wants to spend time with him. They do everything together. They're even co-workers working the same job. Unfortunately, Carl's wife passed away from cancer 3 months ago, which has caused him to distance himself. My husband felt devastated for him, and he recently started spending more time with him and brought him meals and new clothes. My husband and I planned a 3-day vacation to another state. Unbeknownst to me, my husband had invited Carl to come with us. This made me upset because it spoiled the entire vacation, and I only found out when he went to go pick him up. I sucked it up after my husband explained that Carl is a recent widower who's been wallowing in grief for so long, and he needed this vacation. The problem is, money is tight. And since Carl hasn't worked ever since his wife passed away, he couldn't pay for his own room, and we didn't have budget for a second room. My husband said that we should just share one room, and again, I sucked it up since he said that we would be out all day on the beach anyway. On the first night, I was in bed when my husband and Carl got back. I got woken up by my husband telling me to get out of the bed and sleep on the mattress that he put on the floor for me, and he and Carl would take the bed. I asked him if he was serious, and he asked what else he was supposed to do. He said Carl was a guest, and we can't let him sleep on the floor, and at the same time, I can't share a bed with Carl while my husband sleeps on the floor. I told my husband that I didn't sign up for this, but he told me to suck it up and tried to pull the Carl is a widower card. I told Carl to get out. Then I got up, got dressed, and went home. My husband started yelling, calling me irrational, but I wasn't having it. I left the hotel and went back home. Carl didn't say anything when he saw me leave, except that I was making this non-issue an issue. They got back, and my husband refused to even talk to me, but still said that I ruined this trip for Carl and us, and I acted abhorrently and disgustingly. I admit that Carl is struggling, and I might have ruined this for him, but I didn't even know that he was coming. Okay, I can understand your husband being like sympathetic to his friend's plight, but there's a big difference between empathy and what I just read here. OP, are you 100% positive that your husband's bromance hasn't evolved into a romance? Look, I'm not trying to say that two guys can't be close friends, but like, I've had the same group of guy friends for like 20 years. We talk almost every single night together on Discord, and I'm not about to kick my wife out of the bed so I can cuddle up with my boys instead of my wife. You know, like, it's a little fishy, a little suspicious here. And like, either way, even if there isn't like a romance between your husband and Carl, what he's doing to you is really disrespectful. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your husband 4 out of 5 buttholes and Carl 3 out of 5 buttholes. I'm sorry what happened to Carl and everything, but I can't believe that he would let his friend's wife sleep on the floor on their vacation just so he can get the bed. Am I the butthole for watching and not doing anything while my wife was being kicked out of my company?
I get this
So
occasional
I'm
thing
33 and my wife is 26. We've been married
planning.
for 2 years.
I didn't plan
admit
like
that she's a
waypoints in
hothead,
between.
and she can be a bit much, especially
In
when she's
between
mad.
the,
I take responsibility for any mistake
your
I make,
port's
like
so-
not cleaning the bathroom after
yeah.
the shower or filling her car with gas after using it. I even stand there and let her unload her anger and frustration on
Okay,
me,
for
but
all
only
of
at
my
home, not in public.
new
She
viewers,
tends to start arguing
hello?
with me in public
Sorry
instead
if
of
I'm
waiting
like
until
this,
we
I
get
just,
home. Recently,
propping
she's
my
been
feet up
coming
for a
to my
bit.
workplace to berate me over
I'm
something I did the night before, like not
doing
getting
a
the stuff I
flight
said I would
from
get or
Davao
doing
to
the stuff I
Singapore
said I
right now,
would do.
just cruising
It's embarrassing
and listening to
humiliating.
Rslash.
And it's
So
been
once again, if
affecting my
Rslash
job
is
to the
watching
point where
this
I started
video,
getting multiple warnings
please
from my
drop a follow
superiors
in the
who
chat,
I believe have been very
I would
patient and
absolutely love
understanding,
that, 'cause
especially when my wife makes
I
a fuss
listen
at
to
the
him in my
office. Last
during
week,
my
I was in the
commutes.
middle of a 2-hour meeting, and next thing
Sorry. I listen to him during my commutes to and from school, and I don't know, his voice is just therapeutic in a way, if you catch my drift. It's really nice.
I know, I see my wife barging in while yelling at me, asking me why I was keeping my phone turned off. I was stunned because my boss, coworkers, and potential clients were all there. I didn't even move as my boss dealt with it by calling security to get her out. My wife started arguing with the security guy, telling him that she came here for me and started urging me to get up and tell them to back off. But I didn't. I just watched as security escorted her out. It was horrible because I was afraid that I had lost my job. She yelled at me repeatedly to get them to stop, but I didn't, and eventually they kicked her out. I was told that she is no longer allowed there, and this was going to be my final, last warning. I apologized, then went home. She was there waiting for me, yelling about me watching and doing nothing while she was getting mistreated and kicked out. I finally snapped and said that she was over the line, that she made a scene that risked my job over a few missed calls. She started crying, saying that I still should have defended her after getting humiliated in front of my coworkers. But I told her that she didn't have to worry about that because she's no longer allowed there. This made her furious, and she went to her mom's to stay there for the night. OP, you called your wife. What was the word you used? Was it hothead? Yeah, you said, I admit that she's a hothead, and she can be a bit much. But no, OP, your wife isn't a hothead, she's toxic. This behavior is not normal. Coming into your job and yelling at you in front of your coworkers? To be honest, I'm amazed your bosses didn't fire you right there, especially since clients were present. And I have to wonder, the fact that she has the free
it's so
time to drive
finicky
all
here
the way
in
to
the-
your office
in
to
the
yell
gas
at you
cockpit.
on multiple occasions would lead me to believe that she's a stay-at-home housewife, which means that both of you rely on your income. Now, granted, I'm just making a guess here, but she's jeopardizing the sole breadwinner just so she can, what, win a fight, I guess? Then what, you get fired and she yells at you while you're homeless on the street saying it's all your fault for getting fired? OP, for real, you gotta see the warning signs here. This is not normal, this is not healthy, this is really messed up. I would expect this behavior from a 16-year-old, not a 26-year-old. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Your wife gets 4 out of 5 buttholes. If you ask me, what your wife is doing is a form of abuse. Am I the butthole for telling my son that his house was dirty and his wife needed a shower? My son and his wife welcomed a baby boy 2 weeks ago. They're both 23. My son called me and asked me if I would like to spend a week with them. And I said as long as it was okay with his wife, I'd love to. When I got there, my daughter-in-law Megan was hurrying around trying to tidy up because she told me that she only found out that I was coming this morning. I looked at my son and he went red. Then he said that it was time to meet my grandchild. As I walked in, I noticed the house wasn't very clean and that Megan hadn't looked like she had showered in days. That didn't sit right with me. But I've had 12 kids, so I know that things can get messy fast, especially when you're tired. After meeting the baby, my son said, "I'll leave you girls to talk. I'm just gonna pop out for an hour to the gym." So I asked Megan how she was getting on with motherhood, and she told me that it was beautiful, but she was exhausted with feedings every 2 hours. It didn't sit right with me the way she said every 2 hours, so I asked her if she would like to nap or do whatever she liked while I looked after the baby. In my 61 years of living on this earth, I have never seen an adult fall asleep faster. I looked after the baby for 4 hours and made lunch until Megan woke up and took a shower. That day, I watched my son, who's on paternity leave, do nothing but look at me and Megan whenever the baby cried. He didn't help with household chores or cooking, which he should be doing himself because she just had a C-section. I usually don't involve myself in my kids' relationships, but he got on my effing nerves, and no, he wasn't raised like that. So I told Megan that she was being a doormat, and that she smelled like she had an infection, that she needed to be on bed rest, and that my son should do 100% of the cooking and cleaning rather than act like a single teenager. They had a fight, and my son told me that I was a Karen and a B-word for calling his home dirty and his wife smelly. Megan wasn't upset at me at all. In fact, she asked me to watch the baby for a day. Now, my son is saying that I ruined his marriage and that it's my fault that his wife isn't talking to him. Wow. What a father, what a husband. This guy's wife is on the brink of exhaustion, and he's just gonna go pop over to the gym, which turned into a 4-hour babysitting session for you, OP. This guy doesn't cook, he doesn't clean, so what does he do? God, I can't believe that he is so callous to his wife who had just had surgery and it's maybe infected. Guys, I think the rough parallel here would be if you had to go to the doctor and the surgeon sliced open your nutsack and sewed it back together. Then your incision gets infected and your wife expects you to like mow the lawn and take out the trash and do other chores around the house even though you've got swollen, infested testicles. That's roughly the parallel here, right? Because her uterus got sliced open. Man, what a douchebag. I'm giving him the full 5 out of 5 buttholes. This guy managed to disrespect his wife, his newborn child, and his mother all in one day. OP, you and everyone else get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for disinviting my siblings from my wedding? There's me, a 25-year-old woman, my sister who's 27, and my brother who's 28. We were raised together, and until 2019, we believed that we were a nuclear biological family. Then we found out that our dad wasn't our biological dad, which even he didn't know. It turns out that my older siblings shared a biological dad, but I had a different biological dad. We're also first cousins because their biological dad and my biological dad are brothers. My dad left our mom because he was hurt, betrayed, and overall disgusted that she had lied to him for 2 decades. I was equally mad that she lied and hurt my dad. My siblings were less willing to cut her off, but their relationship was majorly strained. My dad moved in with me and my fiance, and COVID hit. At this point, all 3 of us agreed that he was my dad no matter what, and there was nothing that could change that. And I really meant that. My siblings found their biological father, and mine by extension. They have now decided that he is their real dad, and that our dad is just a stepdad. My brother has even corrected his 2 little girls who called dad grandpa into saying that he's step-grandpa. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, he gets his kids to call his biological father Grandpa. It broke my dad's heart, and he decided that it was just too much for him to accept. This was after many conversations between them, where he was essentially told to know his place, stay in his lane, and be demoted with the clear message that nothing would change. I am so pissed at them. My siblings have tried to push me to meet my real dad, and have told me it's okay to go back on my promise. Initially, they were invited to my wedding, but with this whole mess, I told them they were no longer welcome, and I didn't want them to show up. They told me that just because they have a relationship with their real dad, that doesn't change things between us. I told them it does. That if our dad isn't our real dad after everything he's done for us, then we're not real siblings. Because technically, we're half siblings and cousins. I said that my dad is still 100% my dad, and that biology is meaningless to me. And I said it was best that they don't come to my wedding, because I no longer want them there. What I said hurt them. My sister-in-law, who's married to my brother, told me that I was a butthole for cutting them from my wedding, like we haven't been siblings our whole lives. I think that's almost more annoying to me, because that's what they did to our dad. But he can apparently be shit on and discarded like he's nothing? Am I the butthole? Man, I don't get it, OP. They completely cut their father out of their lives because they're less related than they thought. Then they get upset that you cut them out of your...
Yeah, it's kind of the thing. It's like, it's a classic case of double standards. That's all I can say. That's all I can really say right now. I'm not as seasoned as Rslash. I'm like making comments about this, so I'm sorry about sorry about that. But yeah, my verdict stands. That verdict is kind of similar to Rslash. So yeah.
your life because you're not related as you thought, and like they're upset at that and calling you a butthole. These guys are huge hypocrites. Honestly, OP, you sound like an incredible daughter.
I guess that's a better way to
your
put it.
father is lucky to have
Absolute
you.
fucking
Your mom,
hypocrites.
however, oh my god, cheating on her husband of 2 decades with a pair of brothers. I wonder if the brother who fathered the first 2 kids knew that she was also sleeping around with his brother. You think that guy was equally heartbroken because he found out, you're cheating on me with my own brother? Wow, what a trashy woman. OP, you and your dad get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Your siblings get 3.5 out of 5 buttholes. Your mother gets 5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for using my son's savings to get his stepbrother's car fixed? My stepson, who's 19, got a new car from his
That's already a
biological mom.
butthole move right off the
They
bat.
were well off, and unlike me, they could afford to buy a car. I'm happy for my stepson, but my son, who's 17, isn't. In fact, he complains about how unfair it is for my husband to let his ex give their son a car, but not him. He's being unreasonable, I know, but teenage years are mostly hard, and it's even harder to expect kids to be reasonable. My son wanted to be able to drive the car as part of a compromise, and he said if not, then we would have to get rid of it. I sat him down to explain to him that the car is his stepbrother's property, and he shouldn't be expecting to drive it unless he's given permission. He was having none of it, and kept giving us ultimatums saying that he either shares the car or the car goes. When my husband confronted him, my son went and damaged the car. He threw paint on it, ruined the lights, and damaged the front completely. My stepson had a breakdown when he saw the car in the morning, and my husband was beyond livid after seeing the footage from our driveway cam and seeing my son damage the car. My husband confronted my son later, and all my son did was laugh and give him the middle finger. I went to take all of my son's camp savings for this summer to pay for the damage and gave them to my husband. My son found out, and he went nuts on everyone in the house. He accused me of stealing.
Okay. I'm sorry for jumping into conclusions at the beginning there. So I guess he did have good reason to like get the savings from the kid, because the kid destroyed the car. So yeah,
then trying to please my husband for passionate hugging, then told his stepbrother that he warned him and he shouldn't be blamed. He also said that it was my fault for not getting him a car or getting my husband to get him a car in the first place to avoid favoritism and conflict. He's been spending the majority of his time in his room, refusing to come out or eat anything. I'm worried about him not eating because he did this once before and he ended up in the hospital for low blood pressure. Okay, OP, when I read the title of this post, I was 100% ready to call you out. But actually, after reading the story, you handled this pretty much as you should have. Your son is 17. That's 1 year away from a legal adult. He really should start taking responsibility for his actions and start acting like an adult. Destroying your brother's toys because you don't get to play with them is behavior you would expect from someone who's like 3 or 4, not 17. Actions have consequences, and currently, he's facing the consequences of his actions. If anything, you're going easy on him by doing this unofficially as opposed to going the legal route. I will say though that if he's your kid, he's your responsibility, and if he's at the point where he's making ultimatums and destroying other people's property, then unfortunately, some of that inherently rests on your shoulders, right? So for that and that alone, I do think I have to give you a butthole score. So, to be clear, you handled the situation correctly, but you really need to focus on parenting your kid because he is going off the rails. I'm giving your son 3.5 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving you 1.5 out of 5 buttholes. Okay. That was Rslash Am I the Butthole, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
That last story kind of hit different.
Welcome to Rslash Am I the Butthole, where someone mocks two parents who lost their child. Am I the butthole for kicking my sister out of our family dinner after she made a practical observation? My brother Fred and his wife Sarah aren't very financially stable, so it was a bit of a surprise for my sister Katie and I when they announced that they were pregnant. However, we kept it to ourselves. A few months ago, Katie planned a family trip. My brother and sister-in-law decided to opt out because they were cutting costs for the baby. Because of this, Mom and Dad decided to cancel the trip altogether and have another one later, since my mom's health wasn't too great either. This greatly annoyed Katie because she was really looking forward to the trip, and she made some very unsubtle remarks that Fred and Sarah shouldn't be having children if they don't have money. This very clearly upset both of them. Unfortunately, due to several complications, their baby was a stillborn. It's been a month, and my brother and sister-in-law are understandably still devastated. My sister-in-law's mental health is not very good right now. Yesterday, I hosted a little family dinner at my home with my sister, brother, sister-in-law, and our parents. Sometime before dinner, my sister-in-law went to the bathroom, and meanwhile, my husband asked Fred if she was doing well. Before Fred could reply, Katie jumped in and said,
"Well, even though the loss is very sad, think of it as a good thing. At least you don't have to worry about money anymore. As I said, you shouldn't be bringing kids into this world unless you're sure that you can provide for them."
Fred went red-faced and said they would have been able to provide for their child. That they may not have money for extra luxuries, but they would have done everything for their child. He was almost crying, and he was purple with anger. So I quickly dragged Katie away to the kitchen and demanded to know what had possessed her to say something so insensitive. She got incredibly defensive and said that she had made a very practical observation and she was 100% correct. She said that it was better to see straight than be clouded by emotions.
Time
At that
and
time, Sarah had come out of the bathroom, and she was shocked to see Fred in tears. She became hysterical and demanded to know what was wrong. I knew that Katie's presence would ruin things further, so I asked her to leave. She looked incredibly hurt and angry, but she left anyways. Fortunately, our parents were late to arrive, and they didn't see the whole spectacle. When they arrived and found out what happened, they were shocked and upset at Katie too. But my mom thinks that perhaps I shouldn't have kicked out Katie like this.
Oh wait, I see some
bird ads. For clarity, Katie is 24, so she ought to have enough maturity to know what to say.
28,000 feet, dude.
Did your sister really just try to make fun of someone who had a stillborn?
There's no way birds can fly that.
Practical observation. That's a cruel, heartless jab meant to hurt someone's feelings. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. You acted exactly the way that you should have in that situation. One of your guests deeply insulted one of your other guests, so it's very appropriate for you to kick them out of your house. Your sister, on the other hand, is a major butthole here. I'm giving her 4.5 out of 5 buttholes. Why would you say that? Just because you're bitter about a vacation? This is a dead, stillborn child, and she's, like, making fun of that? That's disgusting. And on top of that, it's just straight up objectively wrong. Poor people all over the world have kids. In fact, most people who have kids are poor. Am I the butthole for telling a guy what I do for work and letting him pay for my drinks during the whole evening? My friend Grace invited me to a board game bar to play and have drinks with her boyfriend, and one of their friends, Nick. We went to get drinks in pair, Grace going with her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Nick and I stayed at the table and vice versa. So Nick and I had plenty of time to talk, just the two of us. Nick started the night by telling about his recent career change. He decided to quit his previous job, go to a coding boot camp, and he got a job as a developer 1 or 2 months ago. He was very proud of himself and his new salary, and told me this multiple times. He never asked me what I do for work, but talked about his new job quite a lot, occasionally saying, "Sorry you don't understand that, ha ha ha." During the entire evening, I never told him that I had been working as a software engineer for the past 4 years, because honestly, he never asked. I found it a bit entertaining. When it came to drinks, he offered to buy my drink every time. "Don't worry about it, it's not a problem with my developer salary." I told him multiple times that he doesn't have to pay for me, but he insisted. At the end of the night, when we were saying our goodbyes, he took out his phone to send me a friend request on Facebook. My job is listed in my profile, so that was when he realized that I'm a software engineer. He asked me if it's true that I'm a software engineer, and I answered yes. He asked me why I didn't tell him that. Why did I let him believe that I was a cashier like Grace used to be, even though I never implied that? And why did I let him pay for everything when I probably earn more than he does? I told him that he never once asked what my job was, and it was his fault that he assumed. He could have simply asked me about my job, but he only wanted to brag about his. But if he wants me to, I can pay him back for the drinks. He was angry and said that I made a fool out of him. But I think that he did that, not me. Now, Grace and her boyfriend are on his side too, saying that it would have cost me nothing to tell him early in the evening, and I only kept it for myself for my own entertainment. Well, I did find it entertaining, but I don't really feel like I did anything wrong. Am I the butthole? Okay, hold on. So, yeah, okay, you are making more, and I guess it would have been fitting for you to offer that you make more money. The thing is, the guy was buying you drinks, and there's like a deeply established culture of, "Hey, person, can I buy you a drink?" Just as like friends, or like if you're hitting on someone. So it's totally normal for someone to offer to buy you a drink for any reason, including no reason. As a matter of fact, him celebrating that he got a new job is a very, very logical reason for him to be like, "Hey, I've got..."
Okay, I want to pause real quick. I've figured out a streamlined way to like make the demo screen go away much faster and more efficiently. I mean, it still has to involve like force stopping people, but I found a more streamlined way of doing that. So, yay! Nobody wants to die.
Extra money. Let me celebrate by buying you a drink. Woo! You know, like this is totally normal. If you had intentionally deceived him in some way, then yeah, I could see how you're the butthole, but no. You did nothing wrong here. Especially if he was trying to hit on you, because buying someone a drink when you're trying to hit on them is like really, really normal behavior. The ironic thing is that if he really wanted to hit on you, then he probably would have had a lot more luck by having a shared thing that the both of you could have talked about because you're both developers, right? But the guy chose to be condescending. So OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving Nick 1.5 out of 5 buttholes, and I'm giving Grace and her boyfriend 0.5 out of 5 buttholes because they picked the wrong side on this one. Am I the butthole for refusing to give my husband my new Wi-Fi password? I'm a 32-year-old woman, and my 30-year-old husband and I are going through some financial struggles right now. The reason for this is because my husband lost his job. He didn't earn much anyway working retail, being overworked and underpaid. He said the reason that he lost his job was because of his narcissistic boss. Money is tight, and the load fell on me completely to provide for us and pay for everything, including Wi-Fi. He promised to look for a job though. My husband started spending most of his time on his phone. I keep asking if he's looking for a job, and he'd say yes, but it's been 3 months now. I grew suspicious because retail jobs are easy to find. On the other hand, I found myself paying so much towards Wi-Fi service because of his endless time on the internet. I didn't say anything until I ran into his former boss at the supermarket. We talked about my husband, and I brought up how he had fired him, but he looked at me confused and told me he didn't fire him. My husband quit of his own free will after going on this long rant about how sick and tired he was of working retail and that he will never work in this field again. I was shocked, but also fuming. I went home and confronted my husband. He admitted that it was true and asked me to understand because he was fed up with having to work as a server for rude, obnoxious people who don't respect him the way that they should. I asked what he was going to do then, and he said that he had been thinking of going back to school to earn a respectable degree and work a decent job. I asked where he would get the money to go back to school, and he shrugged and said that I could start a fund for him with my salary because, like he said, he will not go back to retail. I lost it and told him that I won't save money for anything when I can barely manage as it is. Oh, and by the way, I told him I was losing so much money on Wi-Fi service, so I changed the password, which prohibits him from using the internet again until he starts to help pay for it. He got mad and shouted that I was robbing him of his right to use the internet. But I said that the internet is a privilege, not a right, and he called me selfish and unsupportive. I left for work later, and he kept calling me, telling me to give up the password, but I kept refusing. Okay, when I was 16 years old, I wanted to play Final Fantasy XI, which is an MMO. My dad didn't want to pay for high-speed internet, which I needed to play the game, so I decided, screw it, I'll just go get a job and I'll pay for the internet myself. And I did that. I drove my ass to Subway, I made subs for snotty customers, then I got my paycheck, drove home, and played Final Fantasy XI. If a 16-year-old boy who just wants to play video games can figure out how to get internet, then your husband can too, OP. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Your husband gets 3 out of 5 buttholes. I'm guessing, with no evidence to back this up, that your husband's been sitting around doing absolutely nothing for the past 3 months. Just browsing the internet, reading Reddit, maybe listening to some Rslash podcast episodes, stuff like that. Maybe,
That's exactly what I'm doing right now.
On the Rslash podcast because they're just so entertaining and he puts out daily content and, it really helps out my podcast grow. So, I really appreciate it. And if he does that, then, it's not that much of a butthole because I really appreciate it. Am I the butthole for not stopping my workout for someone to make a video? This is becoming more and more common at the surrounding gyms, which is really annoying and a reason that I've changed gyms more than once this year alone. Working out is a pillar of my everyday life, and it has been for the past 10 years. I'm at the gym every day of the week. Now, I don't go to the gym to talk to people, make friends, or make funny videos. I go to train and go home. However, now with new video trends, many folks want to record their exercises to post on social media. This is their business, not mine. They can do whatever they want, but I also don't think that I need to stop doing my own workout to accommodate them. Last night, I was doing squats on the Smith machine. I work out with headphones, and I did notice someone was trying to get my attention. I suddenly felt a tap on my shoulder mid-squat, and only then did I notice a woman with a very annoyed expression. She barely allowed me to finish the movement to start talking, which was muffled due to the headphones. Long story short, she was annoyed because I was training in the Smith machine, and she wanted to record herself doing regular squats. However, she said that the best spot was in front of that Smith machine, even though there's more than one spot, and she didn't want me in the frame, so she wanted me to stop my series so she could record. Now, usually, if someone comes to me with a good attitude and asks if it's okay for me to stop for a series or two for them to record or even move machines, I would absolutely not mind and comply. This woman did nothing of the sort, being extremely arrogant and honestly extremely annoying. So I was petty and I told her to record once I was done. Then I proceeded to do every single exercise I could do on that same Smith machine. Squats, Smith. Hip thrust, Smith. It was petty, and I know that I shouldn't have done it, but I felt very vindicated seeing her annoying expression. That being said, a few people said that I was a butthole for doing that, as there were other machines that I could use. Honestly, they might be right, but hey, I thought that I'd ask the internet. Was I too much of a butthole here? Well, that's the thing. If you could have used other machines, then she could have used other machines. Right? Like, what's the problem? You have just as much of a right to be there as she does. You got there first, so tough luck, I guess? Okay, so the absence of nice isn't mean, it's just not being nice. So the nice thing would have been to be like, sure, you can use a spot, but because you don't do the nice thing, that doesn't mean that you're doing the mean thing instead. It just means that you're not doing the nice thing, you know? What you did was neutral. You were just finishing out your sets, and if you want to do that, you can do that. So you get 0 out of 5 buttholes, she gets 1 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for locking the door to prevent my husband from getting involved in my job interview? I'm a 33-year-old woman who's unemployed, but God knows that I've been looking for jobs for well over 5 months right after I recovered from my knee surgery. I'm a sales rep. My husband has a high-paying job. First, he suggested that I leave my career as a sales rep behind and stay home, but I refused because I love my job and I want to grow in it. He suggested that he could find me better jobs since he has connections, but those jobs aren't in my field. I've had several job interviews, and my husband has ruined all of them. Here's how. He would walk into the room whenever I'm having a potential job interview, introduce himself, and take over the conversation with the interviewer. He would tell them about how good I am, but slip in some bad stuff and eventually cost me the job. His argument was that he's just making recommendations since he has connections and influence, but I told him to stop and let me handle it. He sulked, saying that he was just trying to guide me and whatnot. Several days ago, I'd gotten a job interview, and after getting inside the room but before the interview started, I locked the door. My husband tried to come in and started knocking on the door, asking why I was locking the door and telling me to let him in. I put my headphones on to cancel out the noise, but he kept knocking, telling me to open the door. After the interview was over, I unlocked the door and walked out. He went off on me, calling me disrespectful and awful to lock him out like that. I said I was sorry. I wanted to work for this company so badly, and I couldn't let him ruin it for me. He got offended and said that I was being petty and childish and also ungrateful because of the stunt I pulled. And he said that he was trying to help me get the best deal out there. I said that I'm not a child, but he said that yes, I was, especially with how I behaved and for excluding him from my interview. Okay, one thing is super clear from this post, OP. Your husband does not want you to get a job. Period. End of story. He's doing everything within his power to sabotage you. I don't know if he's like worried that you're going to cheat on him, or if he wants to control you, or if he wants you to be dependent on him as the sole breadwinner, or what. But obviously, this guy is actively sabotaging your career. Sounds pretty abusive, to be honest. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving him 2.5 out of 5 buttholes. That was Rslash, Am I the Butthole? And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to Rslash, Am I the Butthole? Where OP gets her own husband arrested. Am I the butthole for reporting my car missing after my husband took it to attend his brother's wedding?
Parents, dude. Karen wants me to stop this side. What the?
Towards the stairs. I'm about to catch my child when she ducks into the... Welcome to r/entitled people, where OP's friend demands half of OP's inheritance. Our next Reddit post is from Old Wishbone. So, my great aunt passed away and left me with a decent inheritance. Nothing wild, but enough to pay off my student loans and set aside a little savings. I told my friend, Rachel, over lunch. She got quiet and then said, "Wow, must be nice. I bet you'll help your friends who weren't so lucky growing up." I laughed and said something like, I mean, I'll probably treat my friends to dinner more often. She stared at me and said, dead serious. No, like actually help. We've known each other forever. I think it'd be fair if you split it. I thought she was joking. She was not. She then brought up all the time she covered my coffee in college and says, this is just the universe evening the score. Needless to say, I didn't share a dime. She blocked me on Instagram and told our mutual friends that I ghosted her after I got rich. Sorry, Rachel, the only thing I'm splitting is the check with people who actually support me. Our next Reddit post is from Quick Esther. I'm a 25-year-old woman, and I've been using a wheelchair since I was 18 due to a spinal injury. It's sleek and metallic purple, my favorite color, and something that makes me feel a little more like me. My dad recently married, and his new wife, the titled mother of this story, is something else. A few weeks before the wedding, she called me and said, hey, for the ceremony, can you maybe rent a black wheelchair, or at least one that doesn't look so flashy? I asked why, and she said, you'll be in a lot of the pictures, and I don't want it to be a distraction. I told her flat out that I'm not dimming myself for her aesthetic. She went crying to my dad. To his credit, he backed me up, said I could come however I wanted, or not at all. She gave me side-eye all wedding day, but I rolled in, bright purple and all, and got compliments from other guests about how it looked. And now that she's married, she barely talks to me. Not that I'm complaining. Our next Reddit post is from Rslash. A couple of months ago, I bought my first house. It's nothing fancy, but it's got a small backyard, and one of the first things I did was put up a wooden privacy fence so my dog could run around without bothering anyone. Cue my next-door neighbor, Linda, who came over the day after the fence was finished. She was holding a mug like she was going to give me friendly new neighbor vibes. Nope. She asked if I would mind moving my fence back about 6 feet. I asked her why I would do that. She told me it blocked her view from her kitchen window, and she liked to look out at the trees, and that if I moved it back, I'd still have plenty of yard. I explained as politely as I could that the fence was entirely on my property line, since I'd had the survey done, and moving it would literally give her 6 more feet of my yard for free. She said that she's lived there for 15 years and has always had that view, so it was basically hers. I laughed. I couldn't help it, and I told her no. Since then, she's accidentally thrown her leaves and branches over the fence twice. And last week, I caught her trying to peek over with a stepladder. When I confronted her, she said if I weren't so selfish, she wouldn't have to. Ooh, I love this comment from D Cards. Ask her why doesn't she just move her kitchen window to a spot where she can get her view back. Our next Reddit post is from Spooky Girl. I was traveling to Las Vegas to meet up with some friends, and I pre-booked my seat. With this airline, they charge extra for certain seats. I chose a window seat with extra legroom due to my disability, which cost me an additional $45. When boarding, there was a man in my seat with another in the aisle seat. The middle was open. I checked my seat number and then politely told the man that he was in my seat and asked for him to move. I'm a petite female, and both men were about 6 feet tall and over 200 pounds. When both opened their mouths, it definitely appeared like they both were used to using their size to get their way. The man in the aisle immediately told me that the man at the window didn't have to move, and I could sit in the middle. After all, he said, I shouldn't make a scene about it. That really pissed me off. I didn't raise my voice and was very polite. I said I wasn't making a scene, but I was asking nicely for the seat that I paid for. That's when he stood up and attempted to physically intimidate me. But here's the thing. I worked in frontline healthcare. I'm used to men attempting to use their size and mouth to intimidate, and this behavior does not work with me. So I decided to take another tactic. I turned my head to the man in the seat and told him that I'd make him a deal. He gives me $50 cash and I'll give him my seat. I told him I paid an additional $45 for the seat, and with tax, it should be around 50 bucks. If he gives me the money, the seat would be his. This is when he turned to me in shock and said, "You want me to pay you $50 for your seat?" I answered, "So you're admitting that you knew this wasn't your seat? I'm gonna call the airline staff, and they can take you to your seat. After all, I booked this seat due to me having a disability, and you're trying to steal it." Everyone around us turned to look at him, and they did not have kind looks on their faces. He turned 14 shades of red and moved to the middle seat. He pulled his hoodie over his head and sulked the rest of the flight. His friend did the same. Our next Reddit post is from Seraphim Sphinx. Our town has a children's museum. It's cute and full of activities from baby through 9 years old or so. The baby and toddler areas have gates that latch for obvious reasons. Well, Karen decided that she would use her authority to have her toddler leave. So she opens the toddler gate and tells her child that it's time to leave, now. Well, her kid doesn't move and clearly wants to stay and play. Instead of closing the gate, retrieving the toddler, and going on with her life, Karen decided to hold the gate open and start demanding her toddler listen. So, of course, other toddlers book it out, and Karen continues to hold the gate open and does nothing to prevent this and just keeps yelling at her kid. Instant chaos as parents and grandparents scramble out to catch the escaped tots. Toddlers are running to open elevators, to balconies, into the manager's office, and my child was booking it towards the stairs. I'm about to catch my child when she ducks into the art room, messy but safe, and I notice a toddler nearly to the stair landing, which are 2-story and stone. I glance back and see that the kid's grandma is going as fast as she can, but nowhere near fast enough. So I leave my kid to her painty fate and snatch up the other kid and deliver him to a grateful grandma. I hear a dad say, "Close the gate!" as he has one twin in surfboard meltdown and another one just bolted out of the gate towards me in pain. This Karen then yells at him that it's not her job to watch his kids, that she has 3 kids of her own to handle. She's still holding open the gate. I'm acting as a shepherd of sorts between the toddlers and the stairs. Paint is everywhere, with unsupervised tots not wearing their paint-proof smocks going hog wild. With this sudden chaos, a manager came to see what was happening, and 2 dads point to Karen, who's finally picked up her child and shut the gate. Karen then tells the manager how she felt unsafe because a dad yelled at her to close the gate, and she demanded action. By then, all the parents had corralled their kids, and they said how irresponsible the Karen's behavior was. Karen then launches into a tirade about how it's not her job to watch all of our children. The manager tells her that she's banned, and she starts screaming. So security gathers her and her 3 kids and marches them out. I feel bad for her children. But honestly, how entitled do you have to be? A simple, "I'm sorry, I froze when the kids ran out. I wasn't thinking straight." Literally anything. But she wanted to act like she was the victim and that she felt unsafe after releasing half a dozen toddlers into dangerous situations. Our next Reddit post is from Chell. A couple of years ago, I was on a fully booked international flight. The flight was going to be 8 hours, and it was one of those big planes with 3 rows. 3 seats on the left, 4 seats in the middle, and 3 seats on the right. I was in economy sitting alone in the aisle seat with one of the side rows. A couple with their already unhappy toddler walks up, and the wife and kid sits down in the middle row beside me. The dad looks around distraught, talked to his partner, and asks me if I could switch seats with him so that he could sit with his family. I was reluctant, but asked him what seat he had. To my surprise, he said that he had a seat in business class, so of course I said absolutely. I started to get up and grab my luggage, but once I stood up, he was like, "Wait, my wife actually wanted to go sit up in business class. Could you take her seat instead?" I said, "No, I'm not switching to the middle row and being blocked into a middle seat by a screaming toddler. And you said you wanted to sit with your family." The dad got all defensive and switched up, holding up traffic during this entire interaction, by the way. Raising his voice, going on about how I said that I could switch seats with him and how it's not fair to his wife, who had planned on taking his seat up in business class. Not my proudest moment, but I was starting to sass him back. I'm pretty sure I asked him something along the lines of if he had any extra of whatever drugs he was on, because it had to have been some top-notch stuff for him to be acting so crazy in public. At this point, a flight attendant had finally squeezed her way up to us and asked why we weren't taking our seats. Before I could say anything, this man had the audacity to say that I had offered to take his wife's seat and now I wasn't cooperating. I called BS. Thankfully, the passenger sitting behind me backed me up, and the flight attendant was not in the mood to play. She asked to see his ticket, told me to grab my luggage, and escorted me up to his seat. Needless to say, I had a very nice flight after that. Our next Reddit post is from Gleefroth. I'm 38, a structural engineer, and I live with my husband and our cat. My mother-in-law showed up unannounced this weekend, on Friday with her suitcase, calling it a holiday. She always hated that I have a cat, but this scenario was unexpected. My mother-in-law can't stop visiting unexpectedly and uninvited. She compared my cat to termites, mold, and even said that if you let an animal wreck your own home, how can anyone trust you to build safe structures? I've worked over decades to build my career, and she reduced all of it to an insult over my cat, a pet. Yesterday night, she gave me an ultimatum. It's either me or the cat. If you care about this family, you'll prove it by getting rid of it. Those were her exact words. I told her that the cat stays. This is my home. You don't get to walk in and decide who lives here. She screamed that I always need control and locked herself in the guest room. This morning, she left without saying a word. My husband is stuck in the middle, and I can't get past the grudge. It wasn't just her dislike of the cat, but it was her trying to tear down my work, my stability, and my sense of family. She just shows up to someone else's house and thinks they can evict their pets? OP, you need a wake-up call. Your husband isn't stuck in the middle. He's spineless. Not quite the same thing. Our next Reddit post is from Traditional Gersine. This was honestly one of the weirdest work things I've ever dealt with. There's a woman in my office that I'm friendly with, but not close to. We've had small talk here and there, nothing deep. No lunches together. No real outside of work connection. She found out that I was getting married and asked when the wedding was. Then she straight up asked if she was invited. I kinda laughed and said, "Oh no, it's really small, just close friends and family." I didn't think anything of it. She got quiet and a little cold after that, but I figured, okay, maybe an awkward moment, whatever. Fast forward a few days later, and I get a meeting invite from HR. Turns out she filed a complaint saying that I was being exclusive and creating a hostile environment by leaving people out because I didn't invite her to my wedding that I'm paying for that isn't even work related. So I had to sit in this HR meeting and explain that I'm not required to invite coworkers that I barely know to my literal wedding. This is a personal event. This has nothing to do with work or who's in the office. HR honestly looked just as confused as I was. They basically said, "Yep, okay, thanks," and closed the case. But now my coworker acts super passive-aggressive towards me, like side eyes, little digs when I walk by, still bringing it up in these weird sarcastic comments like, "Some people are so inclusive these days." I can't believe she actually thought that HR could, what, make me invite her? Some people really do think that they're the main character. Our next Reddit post is from Vina Ninja. So today, I saw a baby left alone in the car while I was in the grocery parking lot. I couldn't risk it. How was I supposed to know how long the baby had been in there or what could happen? So, of course, I called the police. The mom comes running out of the store when she sees them by her car, apparently located by announcing her plate over the store PA. And then she's fuming. Her excuse? "My baby was asleep. I didn't want to wake him up. I was only out for 5 minutes. Yeah, sure. You never know what can happen to a baby in 5 minutes. But what really got me was the nasty look she kept giving me while the officer was reprimanding her. Like somehow this was my fault? The nerve. Some people really think the world revolves around them, even when a baby's safety is at stake. Our next Reddit post is from Biden Active. So this lady from across the street knocks on my door in the middle of the day. Super serious look on her face. I open the door thinking something's wrong. Like maybe my car alarm's going off or something? Nope. She goes, "Can you do something about the glare from your windows? It's shining into my kitchen." I just stood there trying to process that for a solid 5 seconds. Then I said, I'll see if NASA takes custom requests. She didn't laugh, just said, "Well, it's really inconvenient," and walked away like I actually had the power to dim the sun. Some people need a manual for reality. That was Rslash entitled people, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to Rslash Entitled Parents, where an entitled family has their vacation ruined. Our next Reddit post is from C. Bradbury. I recently traveled to a beach town to visit relatives. I'm there so often that quite a few people think that I'm a local. Both locals and tourists are pretty good at respecting your personal space, so when you go to the beach, they won't sit too close to you. In my over 20 years of making multiple visits per year to the beach, I've never had a problem with tourists until my most recent visit. I get to the beach early, like at 8:30 a.m., and I set up my chair and umbrella. There are maybe 5 other families already set up for the day, so there's no one within a 100-foot radius of me. For the next hour and a half, I'm blissfully enjoying an audiobook, and a handful of other people show up. The entire beach is still empty. All of a sudden, I feel a tap on my shoulder. I thought that it was my relatives deciding to join me. Nope. It was an incredibly obese, trashy-looking woman in her late 30s or early 40s standing over me. Behind her was about 12 other people who appeared to have packed up their entire house and were lugging it through the sand.
Excuse me, but you're in our spot.
What spots?
This is our spot. My family is staying at the hotel right over there, and we've been sitting in the spot for the last 4 days. You need to move.
No, I don't. I was here first.
I said this is our spot. This whole stretch of beach is reserved for hotel guests only.
Me, knowing that not a single hotel reserves areas of the beach for guests, say, okay, well, go get someone from the hotel to move me. If you can find someone, I'll gladly move.
Well, there's no one working right now. You're just going to have to believe me.
There's literally miles of open beach. Pick a spot and enjoy your vacation. The entitled parent, both yelling at me and her family, says,
This lady has just ruined our vacation. We need to find a different spot.
So she and the rest of her family plopped herself down literally 10 feet to the left of me, despite the entire beach still being open. For the next hour, I pretend to be asleep listening to my audiobook, but instead I'm listening to Entitled Parent. Every word out of her mouth is how much of a B word I am.
How it was so inconvenient that she had to carry her stuff an extra 10 feet.
I was overjoyed when the lifeguard kicked her and the rest of her equally trashy adults in her group off the beach for refusing to put out their cigarettes. Our next Reddit post is from EcoOn. For some context, I sold a new gaming computer to this entitled kid a few weeks ago. It was custom built based on what he wanted to use it for. 3 weeks prior to this, his entitled mom came into the shop complaining that the computer was useless and broken because it wouldn't play a specific game. The game was Ghost Recon Online, and this was during the early period of their release when it was riddled with bugs, but I managed to fix them. This brings me to today, 3 weeks after the initial fix. Our shop has fluctuating foot traffic. Some days we have no customers, and some days we have way too many. It was the start of a new month, so everyone had just gotten their salaries. This means that our shop was very busy. We barely had enough employees to deal with the customers. I was busy talking to a customer at the tech desk with a laptop that had a lot of issues. From email not working to USB ports not working, or even blue screens of death. In walks Entitled Mom, without the entitled kid or the PC. I thought that the entitled mom may have just been shopping around for new games or a keyboard or something. Entitled Mom walks right up to the desk and I say, Hi Entitled Mom, I'll be with you in a minute. Entitled Mom stood there, arms crossed, tapping her foot, as if I was inconveniencing her by talking to a customer. About 5 minutes later, I booked in the guy's laptop, printed the necessary work orders, and Entitled Mother looked at me with this finally look. The Entitled Mother then proceeded to ask me,
I've been waiting here forever. Are you gonna come pick up the computer from my car or not?
I just looked at her with a confused face. The Entitled Mother then told me that she called the shop. My work colleague answered, and she said that she was on her way to drop off the entitled kid's computer again. She had apparently been parked outside of our shop in the disabled parking spot for 15 minutes. We were so busy that my colleague afterwards had to apologize because we didn't have the time to look outside for a car to pick up a computer, and she got too busy to inform me that Entitled Mother was on her way. So I went outside to fetch the PC. The Entitled Mother, annoyed, asked again why the game doesn't work. After a few minutes of her trying to explain what her son told her, I said that I can try to figure it out and have a look. She then asked what the labor cost would be. Knowing how stingy she is, I told her no more than $20. She seemed fine with this, but I told her that that was if the game was at fault this time. After printing out papers, she left, and this is where the fun begins. We couldn't access the account for some reason. I just remember having difficulty opening Steam. At this point, I just figured the kid forgot his Steam password, so I tried to reset his Steam password for him. After an hour or so of no results, I wrote an email to Steam support asking for help with the account. The next day, Steam wrote back with, This Steam account has violated the terms of service and is therefore banned. It was a lengthy email detailing why the account got banned and that it can't be retrieved. I was shocked by this email. The entitled kid had tried to add cracked Steam games to the Steam library. There were no actual purchase games in his library, and I saw icons on his desktop of games that were worth well over $20. And he also purchased aim hacking software for Ghost Recon Online. Knowing now why the game wasn't working, I called Entitled Mother to ask her and her entitled kid to come to the shop so I can explain to her why the game wasn't working. This didn't seem like something I could say over the phone. I don't know exactly why a Steam account itself was banned. Usually a back ban only affects the game that you cheated in. But I think he may have even tried to crack Steam to get games for free. I don't have a lot of experience with Steam bans, so forgive me for being a bit hazy on the details. This was around 5 years ago after all. A while later, they both entered the store. I had printed out the response that I got from him.
About 4 hours, give or take. Sorry if...
Resume on navigation. SF-50 Vision. Pop Alpha Whiskey.
Sorry. We're doing the occasional turns.
SF-50 Vision. Papa Alpha Whiskey. Fly heading 250.
Fly heading 250. SF-50 Vision. Pop Alpha Whiskey.
Sorry if
SF-50
I
Vision.
seem to
Papa
have
Alpha
fallen
Whiskey.
asleep
Resume on navigation.
for a few minutes.
Resume on navigation. SF-50 Vision. Pop
Because, like,
Alpha Whiskey.
Because like sometimes I listen to Rslash before falling asleep. I mean, not all the time. Yeah.
From Steam. I told the mom that her entitled kid had been...
So for everyone who's just tuned in, welcome to What the Heck. Alright, chat. Once again, everyone who's just tuned in, welcome. Walang flight number, but my registration is 04 Papa Alpha Whiskey. Wait, let me double check if my mic is on. It is. My mic is on. Go. I'm flying from Singapore, from Davao to Singapore, and I believe I'm halfway through my route. At least I think I'm halfway. Yeah, I'm halfway. I just have to fly over that island first before anything else. Before starting my descent. And in the meantime, let's continue listening to Rslash.
using illegal software that he had bought with her credit card without permission, and that Steam had banned his account. I handed her the printed out email so she could confirm that I wasn't lying or making up excuses. The look on Entitled Kid's face was priceless. At this point, he knew that he had royally screwed up. He screwed the pooch. His face went white. Entitled Mother turned to look at him and asked what this was all about, and he just nodded and said, "Sorry." She was livid and asked how he could just use her card without her permission. how he could buy illegal software. How could he lie to her face about all of this? At this point, Entitled Kid was bawling his eyes out. This is where I started getting some respect for Entitled Mother. She hadn't even complained about the labor price. So she asked us to keep the PC in the shop for a whole week so Entitled Kid could learn his lesson and so that I could clear it of all the illegal software. She was even fine with paying for all the extra labor hours. Unfortunately, in the next story, Entitled Mother went back to being her entitled sucky self again, refusing to pay $35 for 2 days of labor for her 2 tablets and her home computer. Our next Reddit post is from Night. When my ex and I got together, she had a very small business. I offered to help her expand her business, an offer that she jumped on, of course. Since I could see that it was a good opportunity for our new family, I'm good at that type of thing. The more that I worked and grew her company, the less she worked, and the more she spent on travel, restaurants, gifts, nanny housekeeper, etc. It was pathetic. Staying in bed until noon, up late on social media, drama, drama, drama. The nanny took care of the house and kids. The business was bringing in $75,000 per month. She was only making about $10K per month before I started helping out. She's now only averaging about 3 days of work a month. Obviously, I addressed the situation with her multiple times, and then she called me abusive. And in hindsight, she was actually very abusive to me, verbally, psychologically, and physically. But according to her, I'm a real man so I can take it, and she's not like this all the time, blah, blah, blah. She cut me out of the now very successful business and took it over. She claims a monkey could do what I did. Soon after this, she files police reports, falsely accusing me of abusing her older daughter. Police and Child Protective Services are involved because of the very serious nature of these allegations, so I have to move out. It takes a year before I can see our younger daughter again. The court, police, and Child Protective Services are satisfied that the allegations are false. I'm allowed access to my daughter. Another false allegation is made, and another, and another, and another. The police investigations ensue, all false. I had opened up my home and entire life to them. I'd done nothing wrong. I had nothing to hide. The cops were allowed access to anything they wanted, anytime they wanted. Unannounced was fine too. I drove the investigation forward. So they start looking at her now for emotional abuse of the kids. I think what helped me a lot was when they asked me to take a lie detector test, and I agreed on the condition that she had to do one as well. She refused, and they never asked again. Suddenly, she wants to talk about getting back together. I've been hearing that her business has suffered horribly since she took over, and she's been blacklisted from many customers. And she wanted to know if I'd like to work on her. My reply was not what she wanted to hear. Allegations continue, all false, and Child Protective Services realizes it. So Child Protective Services seizes the kids from her. Now my daughter is with me full-time, and her mother can't see her without CPS supervision. Court-imposed psych assessments reveals that she has a nasty psychological disorder and must get years of treatment. Oh well, too bad, so sad. I'm one of the few guys out there that gets awarded child support, but she's on welfare now in an effort to avoid paying child support. Obviously that's in the best interest of the child, but it's quite the difference in lifestyle, I suspect. OP, you raised this woman's daughters and then made her a millionaire, and she rewards you with these awful accusations? And then, in the middle of it, she tries to invite you to work for her? I mean, how stupid could you be? Wouldn't the judge be like, ma'am, if you thought this guy was abusing your daughter, why would you want him to work for you? Our next Reddit post is from Deleted. Okay, a bit to start with. I'm a freelance hiking and snowmobile guide on the island of Svalbard in the Norwegian Arctic, and I've had to deal with all sorts of people on a day-to-day basis. I'm not super sure if this guy qualifies as an entitled dad, since his son must have been at least 40, but here we go. A few months ago, I was guiding a trip by myself. We only send one guide out when the group is small, so I went to the hotel to pick up my guests. It was an Italian couple and a Saudi Arabian father and his son. I walked into the hotel, introduced myself, and got everyone to go to my car. The entitled dad opened the passenger seat door, sat down, and looked at me confused. Oh, sorry, this is your seat, right? Nah, you can sit there if you want.
3 hours
into the stream and Rslash hasn't dropped in. I always try to crack a joke or two to break the ice. Lots of people are nervous when having to drive a snowmobile the first time. He looked at me slightly more confused, but I assumed that it was a language barrier thing. I brought them back to headquarters and gave them a full safety briefing and overview on a map of where we'd be going. After After that, I got them dressed and told them to wait outside because our suits are made to keep you warm at negative 30 degrees Celsius. So if you're inside a building, you quickly start to melt. Once I was dressed, I went to meet them outside. Oh, you're coming with us on the tour? I hope so, since I'm your tour guide. Earlier during the briefing, I did my usual, "Hey, my name is Kat and I'll be your guide for the day." "Is that a gun?" "Yes, sir, but don't worry, she's not yet loaded." The entitled dad and son looked at each other confused, and we all started walking towards the snowmobile so I could give them a small briefing on how to drive them. The Italian couple had told me that they had driven snowmobiles before, so I decided to place them in the back of the group with entitled dad and the son in the front. For clarity, each person got to drive their own vehicle. I did this because, based on my experience, it's always better for the more experienced guests to be in the back, since they may have to speed up here and there to fill in the gap. But where's the guy? Here, right in front of you, standing at 1.7 meters. I'm hard to miss. But you're female. Guides can't be female. Huh?
Good
About
old-fashioned
50% of our guides are girls
sexism.
here at Svalbard. It's not that uncommon. Don't worry, we girls are just as good as our male colleagues.
All good.
The entitled father's 40-year-old son said, "I think my father wants to know who will operate the gun." Well, let's hope that we don't have to take it out of the holster, but if we do, I'm trained and licensed to shoot. No. No? You're a
Iba kasi
woman.
preste yung
Women
gun,
can't
so-
shoot guns. It's not safe. Excuse me? Guys, if you don't want me as your guide, that's fine with me. Go back into headquarters, take the suit off, and tell the receptionist to call you a taxi. If you don't feel safe, that's up to you, but I'm the guide for this trip today, and if you want to head out, you'll have to deal with me. But if we don't go, we want our money back. You can try, but I bet you that you won't get a penny back because it's your own decision to not come along. I'll go, but only if you get a male guide for us. I'm not getting anybody else to join. You signed the agreement that I'm in charge of this tour, and you listen to what I tell you to do and not to do. I didn't sign anything. Yes, about 15 minutes ago before you got dressed. I saw you sign it. The entitled dad then walks off back into the headquarters. His son and the Italian stayed. The son called his dad and found out that his dad wouldn't come out with a woman. So, the son and the Italians drove with me.
Brother, what
We
the-
saw reindeer, sea ice, and a polar bear in the distance. No need to pull out my rifle. And in general, we had a great time. After the tour, the son came to me to apologize for his dad's behavior and called me a good girl guide. My boss heard that and still mocks me with it today. Now, in all fairness, I don't think this is entitled parent behavior so much as it is like cultural sexism, because I just looked it up, and apparently women weren't able to join the Saudi Arabian military until 2019. But even then, what's the point of wasting a trip and all the money you spent on it just because you're too sexist to enjoy the snowmobile ride behind a girl? That's just stupid. That was Rslash entitled Parents, and if you like this content, then check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/Best of Redditor Updates, where OP finds out that his marriage is a lie, and for the past 10 years, his wife has been secretly in love with his best friend. Our next Reddit post comes from r/marriage. My wife married me because of my best friend. This sounds fake. It sounds like a drama script. I don't effing care. I need to... Welcome to r/. Today's video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Welcome to r/entitled Parents, where an
ExpressVPN.
entitled Karen has an encounter with the world's most painful plant. Our next Reddit post is from Cheerio Dude number 2. A bit of backstory, I'm
Wonder what
mildly
that is.
colorblind, protanopia I think, and I've had this my whole life. I mostly struggle with telling the difference between pink and yellow, but there are more colors that I can't see. This all happened when the primary school of my younger brother, who was 11 at the time and not colorblind, was putting on a fair. My mother made me cut out some paper chains along with other people in the gym to prepare for the fair. More and more people left until I got to the point that it was just me, another kid, and an older gentleman in the back. And this kid was a professional at making paper chains. I was struggling to keep up. I was sitting closer to the piles of paper than he was, and when the kid ran out of paper, he kindly asked me to pass him the yellow paper. I pulled some pink paper out of the pile, thinking it was yellow, and he looked at me confused. So I responded with, "Wait, is this pink or yellow?" And he responded pink and led me to the yellow paper. I apologized and told him that I was colorblind, and he started to ask questions out of curiosity, such as, do you see red, or what color is that? Then enters entitled mother. The entitled mother in this case was this kid's mother, and had entered the gym looking for the kid's father and overheard us talking about my colorblindness. The entitled mother first said,
Son, sweetie, please keep your distance. I don't want you to become colorblind as well.
Me, being utterly confused, replied with, excuse me, you can't catch colorblindness from another person. The entitled mother then proceeded to give me rude looks and then walked out of the gym with her son in tow. I'd say about 5 minutes later she returned with the head of the department and said,
Yup, he's the one.
The head then approached me and said, are you the one causing disturbance down here? No. What do you mean? This woman thinks that my colorblindness is contagious and that I'm gonna give it to her son. The head, of course, didn't believe me, with me being a 14-year-old at the time who loved to slack off a lot. My mother overheard the conversation and walked over to start to defend me until the entitled mother yelled,
Colorblindness is contagious, and you're gonna give it to everyone here if you don't leave.
Me and my mom looked at this entitled mother, utterly shocked, and then the head said, all right, Mrs. Entitled Mother, and you, OP, I'm going to ask you both to leave as you're both making a disturbance here. The head then approached me and said, are you the one causing the disturbance down here? There is no disturbance here, Miss Head. This entitled mother is the only one harassing anybody here, before sitting back down again. Having heard his side, the head banned the entitled mother from the school fair. Don't worry about the kid, though. He got to go with his dad. I saw the entitled mother drive out of the school, and I haven't seen her since. Also, as it turns out, the old gentleman was the school's former headmaster. Whenever you come across an entitled parent, you always expect a certain degree of stupidity, but this lady takes it to another level. Our next Reddit post is from Simple Monkey. I was out at my local mountain bike trail center yesterday. It was a nice, dry Sunday with lots of families out. There's a run of maybe about 30 meters consisting of 4 or 5 berms, which are tight turns with high banks and then a jump. It's a really good jump for practicing on, so I'm doing little loops here. There's a woman standing on top of the first berm, about 30 meters away from the first jump. This is mildly important information. Taking pictures and not actually watching the mountain bikes coming towards her. This is a super dangerous place to be. If someone comes in wide on the berm or slides over the crest, they're taking her down with them. She's not technically in my way though, so I just kind of think, you're a funeral and get on with my riding. I do a few loops on this little stretch, and then after maybe 4 loops, there's a toddler, basically as young as I've ever seen someone ride a bike without trading wheels, whatever age that is, and maybe 6 years old, just kind of frolicking on top of the jump. I yell, move out of the way a few times, but they don't. I swerve off the trail, come to a stop, double back, and tell them, in a tone that I would describe as very stern but not scolding, that hanging out but not moving in the middle of a high-speed mountain bike trail is not only dangerous for me, but extremely dangerous for themselves. At this point, Berm Lady is jogging over, screaming. I don't mean yelling, but screaming.
Do not talk to my children like that.
So I tell her, or attempt to, she's just repeating her screaming at me at this point, that I wouldn't have to talk to her children if she had been keeping them safe, or had taught them how to stay safe in what is an inherently dangerous environment. At this point she says,
I'll knock you flat.
At which point I tell her that I'll defend myself if she attempts to touch me or my bicycle in any way.
She then plays the victim and says, I can't believe that you'd hit a woman.
I say, I can't believe that you'd threaten me. For reasons that I still don't really understand, because at this point I begin again trying to explain how dangerous her kid's behavior was, not just for me, but for themselves. But she just keeps shouting,
who do you think you are?
I say, my name is OP, but she cuts me off with,
I don't care who you are.
So I asked her, then
What
why
do
the
you
F do you
think
keep
you
asking?
are?
She then demanded that I apologize to her daughter for swearing.
And then the next
I told
thing
her
she
that
says,
she
I don't
lost the right
care
to ask
who
me
you
to do
are.
anything and expect
What
me
the
to accommodate when she threatened me. She repeats her demands, and
Make
over her
up your
nonstop
mind, my
screaming, I
God.
attempt to tell her that I promise that hearing me say the F word is a lot less dangerous to her toddler than being mowed down by a mountain bike. I swear to God, there's something about having kids who aren't old enough to resent their parents that turns people into little bloody psychos. And down in the comments, we have a similar story from Allie's song. My husband and I were walking in a national park on a marked trail. There were warning signs at the beginning because there's a tree in that area that stings people and the pain can last years. My dad went to university to be a ranger, so I was teaching my husband about them. That's why we were there. This family comes along, and the young kids are picking things up off the ground. I try to explain to them that they need to be really careful because the toxins in the plant can sting you 100 years later. The mom got really cranky at me, telling me to mind my own business. She can take care of her own family. She wouldn't listen to me and was very rude, so I said to her husband that when they get stung, call an ambulance and use tape to remove the needles, wear fishing gloves, and don't give them any anti-inflammatories. She told us to F off. My husband and I got back to our car, and we could hear a woman screaming in agony. It didn't sound like a kid, so we didn't go back. I wonder what happened to her. You try to do nice things and help people out, but sometimes they would rather learn the hard way. I've heard about this plant before. It's called the Gimpy Gimpy plant, and from the stories that I've heard online, it's like one of the most painful things in the world. I heard there was a story once of a guy who accidentally used this plant as toilet paper while he was out hiking, and the pain was so bad that he killed himself. I'm not kidding. The plant is called the suicide plant because it's known to cause people and animals to kill themselves. And to make matters worse, the toxins are silicon-based, which the human body can't break down. So once the toxins are in the system, they can last for years and years.
Used it as toilet.
So suffice to say that Karen's going to be feeling that one for a while. Our next Reddit post is from Gross. My brother's wedding was 2 years ago, but this still pisses me off every time it comes to mind. My grandmother is rather histrionic. If she isn't the center of attention, she...
Also, guys, I just want to interrupt real quick because I've just heard news that Discord has ended its partnership with Persona after backlash over a UK age verification trial that raised serious privacy concerns. So, yeah, I really was hoping and praying for this moment. Because, like, I always say that if the public speaks about it loud enough, then that's the time they would respond. So there was backlash, and the backlash grew louder and louder every day. That the closer it was to March, it got. Because it was supposed to be March that they had to force you to verify your age. Like, they had to force you, or else you have to deal with the teen settings or something like that. But now they are completely withdrawing that. They're now completely rolling back on that thing. Persona is no longer involved. All related data has been deleted. Let's freaking go, y'all. Maybe it's also because people are moving away from. A lot of people are moving away from Discord because of this, and I was also thinking about moving away from Discord, but like, man, I have way too many friends on there just to go away from there, just start afresh in a different chatting website or app. You know, I had to start all over. It doesn't feel right. Forget what I mean.
She won't make herself the center of attention. So it was my brother's wedding and I was his best man. I have a tiny car and I needed to be at the wedding venue early, and my grandma was going to be picked up by my parents later. She wasn't anywhere near ready and I needed to leave, so I assumed all was well by that point. We set everything up at the venue and took photos and got ready for the ceremony, and finally my parents arrived with my grandma in tow. She was already pissed and causing a scene because I had apparently abandoned her when I left for the venue. We managed to calm her down, but I could see that my brother was already getting disappointed with the situation. He just wanted everything to go right, and he's too nice to say anything to our grandma. Things went okay for a while, until we were seating her in the chapel, and she wasn't getting to sit with my mom and dad at the very front, where the parents of the bride and groom had the place of honor. Once more, she made a big scene until she was moved to the front next to my parents. My brother was red with embarrassment, as everyone from both families had pretty much filled into the chapel. Once more, things calmed back down when she had her way. The last straw was at the reception. Everyone was eating and having a good time. I was going around checking on the tables to make sure everything was going well and people were being taken care of. And then I get to my grandma's table. I don't remember exactly what you said because it was like 2 years ago, but it was something like,
Why is this taking so long? If they aren't going to get the reception moving along, I need you to take me home.
I replied with something like, I still have to give the best man speech in a while, and aren't you going to be asking mom and dad to take you back? Then she said those words. She said this to me basically anytime I said something that she disagreed with, and it basically instantly triggers me.
Don't you get smart with me, you little turd.
I saw red, and I said something to get her to come outside the venue, then I got vicious. I didn't yell because I didn't want to draw attention to the situation, but anyone within line of sight would easily know that I was effing pissed. I told her something along the lines of, you need to sit down and shut the F up. This is my brother's wedding. He still believes that you're this amazing person that he wants in his life, but I've seen through to the vile B-word that you are for years now. You mistreat and abuse my mom, and you're trying to do the same stuff to my brother now. Your BS will never fly with me. I know what you are. And if you don't get back in there and pretend that you're having a great time, you will have nothing to do with my life.
She got all pissy and said, How dare you talk to your elders like that?
I handed her the keys to my car and told her that she could leave if she absolutely couldn't stand the reception. But if she did, she would never be invited to be a part of anything in my life. Not my wedding, not my graduation, not even to see any grandchildren I may have in the future. You'll be lucky if you see me again before you die. Apparently, she either didn't care or thought that I was bluffing because she left. I haven't seen her since, which is my choice, and she complains to my mom that I don't talk to her. I specifically sent her what looked like an invitation that told her that she wasn't invited to my wedding. Then she wasn't invited to my graduation, and after learning about the racist comments she made about me, I'm a Caucasian, and my Asian wife, and how it was good that we hadn't had any children yet because
the world doesn't need any more Asian babies.
I effing hate her guts. I'd like to say some part of me still loves her, but after everything, I can't stand even the thought of her. If there was any chance that I could forgive her for how she tried to ruin my brother's wedding, her racist BS pretty much solidified my determination that she would never meet her grandchildren and that I'm not even sure I would be willing to visit her on her deathbed. I don't know if I overreacted or if I'm a bad person for responding like this, but I watched for 18 years as she emotionally abused my mom over and over again, and my dad by proxy. She always doted on me and my brother, but when she acted like that at my brother's wedding, all of that came boiling to the surface and I tore into her. Our next Reddit post is from Lucky Gemini. In the mood of spooky season, I bought a t-shirt from a very risque and souvenir shop that says, Let's summon demons. And the shirt shows all these kids trying to summon a demon with one of their friends laying on a pentagram. It's too dark for some people, I get it, but it's Halloween season, so I didn't care. I just moved to this area, and whenever I wear something that's too exposing or risque, I get stared at. Welcome to r/slash entitled parents, where a Karen thinks that her kid's boo-boo is more important than a literal, life-threatening medical emergency. Our next Reddit
I'm
post is
nearly
from
there.
Beach-Based Cocktail. I'm a 27-year-old male, and back when I was about 20, me and my friends went on a summer-long working holiday to the U.S. Important to the story, we're all Irish. We all got jobs and spent the majority of our time drinking, partying, getting high, and trying to get with girls. There was this one girl who I worked with who was as American as apple pie, but claimed to be Irish because she has Irish heritage. Now, I know a lot of Irish people dislike that, but I just find it funny and endearing that people are proud enough of Ireland to claim it as their nationality when they've never even been there. Anyway, me and this girl got on very well platonically, and we hung out a bit after work. She invited me back to her family home for dinner, and I, being poor and hungry, of course said yes. She drove me, and my God, when we got to the house, there were Irish things everywhere. A giant Irish flag and a US flag billowing in the air. Giant plastic shamrocks all over the garden, and fighting leprechaun figurines and statues in the garden. I thought this was all hilarious, and didn't say anything. Then we went in and I said hi to her mom, who was nice, and to her dad, who was not. The first thing he said to me was, "Cut out that accent, kid. It's offensive to us Irish folk." I was absolutely just speaking in my normal Irish voice. I was baffled, but assumed he thought I was an American pretending to be Irish. I tried tried to clear it up by saying, "Sorry, I'm Irish. I'm not doing an accent." "Cut the BS. We're Irish and we don't talk like that." He was angry at me, and I was really just trying to de-escalate the situation. "No, I mean I'm from Ireland. I'm here on holiday." "Where in Ireland do your kin hail from?" It was a really weird phrasing that no one in Ireland or anywhere would ever say. "I'm literally from Cork in Ireland. I've lived there all my life. I'm not putting on an accent. This is how I talk." "Never heard of it. My kin are from Cashel." No, he pronounced it like it was Klingon or something. Cashel, which is not how it's pronounced. "Oh, cool. I've been to Cashel. It's really nice there. It's only an hour drive from Cork. Have you been?" "Not yet, but we'll go someday. Now, if you want to stay for dinner, you can't talk like that. It's racist to us Irish people." So, I kid you not, for the next hour, I spoke in a fake American accent. No great revenge or anything, and he was actually friendly-ish after that. But I did take great satisfaction out of asking him about Ireland and listening to the absolute nonsense he spoke. He pronounced almost every place wrong, thought pagans were still a thing, and I'm pretty sure he didn't know we were a modern country at all. Our next Reddit post is from Artilleryman. I'm posting this for a friend of mine. My buddy is a very good surgeon and has dedicated his life to medicine. He frequently goes to hotspots around the world to offer his services. He spent time in Syria and Iraq during the war, and after some recent tragedies here in the States, he got in his car and offered his help at hospitals there. He's unmarried, and the only thing he does for himself is he takes 3 to 4 weeks off twice a year, once in July and once in December. He told me he does this so he doesn't lose his mind. On those times, he really lets loose. He'll go on vacation somewhere, maybe take up a hobby, go skydiving, scuba diving, meet women, eat wild food, and at Christmas, he spends time with his brother's family and apparently gives some pretty nice gifts. He's as good of a person as you could ever hope to meet, and an excellent surgeon. Without giving too much away, before the pandemic at his hospital, they had a pretty busy day, which at a hospital is never a good thing. He was doing one emergency surgery after another. Everyone was slammed, and more people were waiting for emergency care. One person had already died because of the backlog, and a few more were on the operating table. No matter how good the surgeon is, sometimes you simply can't save people. In the midst of all this chaos, an entitled mother walks into the emergency room and begins demanding that someone see her brat kid who had a bruise on his face because another kid punched him at school, probably for being a brat. The secretary managed to get her to wait in the waiting room with all the people waiting to see if their loved ones were okay. Her kid went and apparently decided that he was the only one allowed to play with the hospital waiting room toys and would scream at any other kids who tried to approach. Our hero doctor, meanwhile, is fighting for the life of a 16-year-old who was in a car accident. I have no idea if it was his fault or not. It didn't matter. And sadly, the kid didn't make it. I always feel this is the worst thing for a surgeon. They try their best, but sometimes it's not good enough. He has to get his own emotions in check before going to face the parents. They have a special room for this in the hospital. It has comfortable furniture and a table that's nailed down. He's in the middle of breaking this awful news to parents who are feeling a pain that words are too cheap to describe. When in bursts Karen. Apparently, she followed the parents as they were escorted to the room. She took a look around the room and said, "When you're done taking a break, my son needs." But the doctor shoved her out and called security. He finishes talking to the parents and goes to the waiting room. The secretary filled him in. He asked the mother which child was hers. He went over to the kid and in the waiting room gives the kid a quick look over, declares he doesn't have a concussion, and tells the entitled mother to get the F out of my hospital before I call the police. I demand you. No, I have patients that need me much more than you. Your kid is fine. You just need to raise it better. Get the F out. He had security escort her and her kid all the way to her car to ensure that she left. This is a guy who I've never seen get angry. He got robbed in Ibiza, losing his wallet, all of his credit cards, IDs, and his passport, and shrugged it off, saying he already canceled the car and put an alert out on the IDs, and the most the robber got was about 50 euros on a nice wallet. But when he told me this story, he was shaking with rage. Down in the comments, parents, we have a similar story from Texas teacher. I was in a small
that's
town
pretty
emergency
fucked
room
up,
and was having a
I'll be honest.
potentially deadly allergic reaction. This mom got mad because I cut the line. She and her son were waiting for a specialist to remove a toy from the kid's nose. She expected the ER to stop until they were served. The triage nurse told her to shut up and sit down. While I was being treated, a pregnant woman who had been in a car accident that triggered labor was brought in by an ambulance. According to my friends, she blocked the hall, demanding the woman wait her turn. They told her to call her husband to come in to stay with Junior, but she had to leave. My friends told me that she also accused me of drug seeking while they were waiting for me. Yeah, it sounds like OP was seeking drugs. Hello, I'm literally dying, so I would like one drug that would save my life, pretty please. Our next Reddit post is from Helpfully Unarmed, and the title is Either Give Us Grandchildren or We're Taking You Off Our Will. The title sounds bad. The story is even worse.
Alright, let's hear
I never
it.
thought I'd be writing a post about my own parents here, but here we are, right? For context, my fiance and I have been in a relationship for the past 10 years and just recently got engaged. While it's understandable that 10 years might sound a bit too much, we started dating really early and getting married was not a priority for either of us. We actually preferred to focus on our studies and career for a while. She's a civil engineer, and I'm a medical student after getting a bachelor's and a master's. As we've been a couple for a long time, it's quite common for people to ask us when we're getting married and when we're having kids. While we're getting married as soon as I finished med school, we decided not to have children a long time ago, and we're still very certain of that decision, as both of us are more career than family oriented. However, since the engagement, our families have started to put more pressure on us to get married soon and have children, even though we told them plenty of times that's not going to happen. My fiance and I live together and we're completely independent from our families financially. Some time ago, during a video chat, we ended up getting into a heated argument with our families for finally snapping at their ceaseless nagging for grandchildren, and we've been strained ever since. Now, our families asked us to meet them for lunch at my parents' house. We don't live in the same city, but it's close enough that we can get there for something like this, and that's when the following situation transpired. We arrived early enough to help out in preparing everything for the lunch, and for the next hour or so, things were pretty alright. But after we had lunch and we sat at the coffee table to chat, which is customary here, the room got visibly tense. Our parents, both hers and mine.
Let me check for any frame drops. No alerts. That's surprising. Alright. Good. Alright, I am back. I have my brother.
Started a speech about how much they put into us, how much they worked for us, and how much family means to them. I was already sensing something awful coming, but I kept listening. Suddenly, they said that during one of their talks, they came to a decision that if my fiance and I didn't give them grandchildren, after all they'd done for us, we would be cut out of their wills. Their reasoning was this. One, my brother is a gay man and, as of now, has no intention of adopting or any alternative to have children. And I was the only option of continuing the family. My brother was there too, and he was as mortified as I was. Two, my fiancée is the older sister. Her younger sister is still in high school, and thus must set an example by having a family and continuing the family. Now, if that sounds psychotic, I have no clue what is. We quickly looked between ourselves and immediately left their house. We haven't spoken to them since, but as far disowned by now. I never thought I would have to go through that just because I don't want to have children. But it just shows how much entitlement they think they have. That's just perfect logic.
I love my offspring so much that I'm willing to cut them off entirely.
And then OP posted an update. So our parents struck again, and my fiance is really fuming with rage now and wants to share the situation with you all. There are some points that will need clarification, and I'll try to make them along the way. First, as we mentioned in our last post, due to the absurdity of the situation our parents were imposing on us, we felt that we don't want them at our wedding. Thus, we rescinded their invitation as a whole. My brother is my best man, and he supports us wholeheartedly. Now we get to the point of the post. After we left my parents' home that day, we had absolutely zero contact with them. They made their decision, and we made ours. We thought that was going to be it. Now, one thing that needs to be clarified. Our wedding was planned to happen on October 17th. However, due to the pandemic outbreak, these large gatherings of people were completely prohibited, in my area at least. But thankfully, the venue we booked is run by the most lovely administrators. As soon as the outbreak started, they contacted us and gave us every assistance needed with rescheduling. Thus, we rescheduled our wedding to 2021 in the same month, as the situation is still uncertain. That can change, but shouldn't for the time being. We aren't really bothered by it, as we understand the situation is very dire, and we don't mind waiting for a time when everyone will be safe. This morning while I was studying, my fiance got a call by the venue administrator asking why we wanted to cancel our wedding. Obviously, that was very strange and confusing to us. My fiance let them know that we had no desire to cancel our wedding and further asked what this was about. Apparently, my fiance's parents called the venue on our behalf, telling them that we no longer wanted to rent the place as we would no longer be getting married. Now, let me explain why the venue was about to comply. In my country, our IDs carry not only our ID and social security number, but also the name of the parents. And to rent a venue, you need to provide your ID for them as a bureaucracy requirement. Apparently, my fiance's parents wanted to take advantage of that fact and tried to dupe the venue to cancel our wedding. Luckily, the administrator is quite smart and saw that on our sheet there's only 2 names and numbers for contacts if we can't be reached. One is my brother, and the other is my fiance's best friend. At the time we booked the place, we were already in a strained relationship with our parents, so neither of us put them as contacts. Thankfully, the administrator actually paid attention to that and took the care and time to reach out to us. Otherwise, we might not only lose our special date, but also our deposit and dream venue. I'll be honest, I never expected that kind of behavior from anyone in our families, but alas, I was wrong. Anyhow, now my fiancé is fuming, and I'm trying to calm her down. We already sent a message to her parents for them to never try to meddle in our lives again. My brother is as angry as we are, and he told me that he's heading to their house to tear them a new one. I don't even know how to feel right now. I'm crestfallen, if anything. I never expected or wanted things to be this way, but neither of us will go back to our decision of not having children. Truth be told, I already have the papers for sterilization ready. I just hope that one day they do see that their entitlement just lost them their son and daughter, all because of grandchildren who will never exist. Our next Reddit post is from Blueberry. I used to provide daycare for a small number of children in my home. Most of the children and their parents were well known to me, friends, or ex-colleagues. I made sure to welcome them into our home, and I believe this helped the children feel comfortable and confident. One mother, the entitled mother, however, was a doorstep mom. She wouldn't come in when invited, didn't respond to attempts at small talk, and only communicated the absolute necessities. Her daughter was lovely, so I was able to overlook her mother's shortcomings. The night skin attended from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. every weekday. Entitled mother was prompt and always on time, if not early. One day, 4 p.m. rolled around, and no sign of entitled mother. At 4:30 p.m., I phoned and left a voicemail. By 5 p.m., I had phoned several more times, texted, and got no reply. The phone now went straight to voicemail, so it was either switched off, had no reception, or was in constant use. I phoned and texted the father, no response. I phoned our company to see if there were any additional contacts, but as the family had immigrated, there were no other family listed and no friends as emergency contacts. Around 5:30 p.m., I'm starting to think of calling the police. Nice Kid is getting tired, has run out of food and bottles, and is getting cranky and tired. I'm having to rock, sway, and sing constantly to try and calm her. It's well past 6 and dark when entitled parent's car finally pulls up. Nice kid has cried herself to sleep on my shoulder, but woke when I opened the door and she started crying. I expected the entitled mother to be frantic, apologetic, and embarrassed, but I was very mistaken. She looked confused by my concern and irritation. What happened? Are you okay? Is the father okay?
Of course. What's the matter?
You're 2 hours late. You didn't answer my phone, didn't respond to my numerous texts, and the father didn't answer either.
We had drinks after work. My phone kept going off, so I switched it off.
And you didn't think to ask if I could care for your kid late tonight or tell me you'd gotten held up?
What's the problem? You're getting paid.
I was fuming, mostly because I was really worried that something awful had happened, and to meet with this utter disregard really pissed me off. I took great pleasure in giving her written notice a few days later to make alternative arrangements, as I would no longer be willing to provide care for her kid. That was Rslash Entitled Parents, and if you like this content, then check out my Patreon where I publish extra videos. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to Rslash Choosing Beggars, where a Karen finds the post that OP made about her on Reddit. On this next post, OP came home to this note taped to their front door.
I was taking peppers from your garden because sharing is caring, and it was way too spicy. Please grow a mild pepper or I'll report you for cultivating illegal plants.
And down in the comments, Wanderlust writes this: I think you should grow ghost chilies and label them mild chilies. Blank is looking for a car.
Can anyone give me a ride downtown tomorrow? I need a ride to an appointment at 10, so pick me up at 9 and drive me home around 11.
I could probably do it. I've got some shopping to do downtown. If you pay for parking, I'll drive.
Thanks, I guess, but why should I pay for parking for your car?
I think the only suitable response to this is, sure, no problem. Enjoy your walk. This next Twitter post comes from a published and very successful author. I just spoke with my agent. A new U.S. history magazine asked if I would be prepared to research and write a 5,000-word piece on the rise of Mussolini. My agent said yes and gave him the cost for this. He was told I was being greedy and I should support new media. I've posted before about this expectation in so much of the media for work to be done for free because other people are starting out. I did, however, enjoy my agent's reply to them. I get 15% of...
Entitled Karen gets punched in the face.
Welcome to Rslash I Don't Work Here Lady, where an entitled Karen gets slapped. Our next Reddit post is from Background. This was years ago. My husband was in the army on his second enlistment, 5 or 6 years total at this point. He'd already been through a couple of deployments by this point. We were at a new base overseas, and I'd gotten a job at the after-school care facility on post. Well, his unit was getting ready to deploy for 6 months, so they were in the thick of all that. The chaplain was having a pre-deployment meeting for all the spouses to talk about the changes to expect while our spouses are deployed, from practical issues to emotional stuff to disruptions in routine. Bear in mind, this was back when if you were really lucky, you maybe got a 10-minute call from your spouse once a month. Maybe an email as well. Letters were still more common than anything. Now, both my husband and I are pretty easygoing, and we'd both been through a couple deployments, so I already knew the drill, what to expect, how to manage, etc. So I decided not to bother with the meeting. Now, don't get me wrong, this is a fantastic resource for spouses, and they would do a post-deployment one as well to help everyone transition back to a normal life with their spouses, but I didn't feel the need to attend. A couple of days later, my husband shows up at my workplace and tells me he's been ordered by his lieutenant to bring me to the spouse meeting. This was a second lieutenant who was fresh out of OCS, was not prior enlisted, and my husband had socks older than this guy's terms of military service. For those who don't know, a second lieutenant is the lowest ranked officer. They're the noobs, and it's very common for them to think they know it all and act accordingly. This guy was one of those. I was highly peeved, but not for one moment did I blame my husband. I could tell he was annoyed as well, and I knew that since it was a direct order that he had to obey it. I thought for a minute and asked him to hang on a minute so I could talk to my boss. Now, school was set to let out soon, and they needed me there because of adult-to-child ratio requirements. but I explained the situation to my boss and told her I'd be back as soon as possible. She understood the situation and said she'd fill in for me till I could get back. She was cool that way, and everyone on base, if they weren't military, was the spouse of one, due to being an overseas base. So they all knew and understood when stuff like this came up. Very rarely you'd get a random GS employee civilian on post, but yeah, that was highly unusual. So I left with my husband, but instead of going to the chaplain's meeting, I told him to take me to the building where the second lieutenant was. He knew what I was up to and happily complied. I arrived at the lieutenant's office, knocked, and went in while my husband stood in the hall. I asked him why he'd ordered my husband to fetch me from my job that I was needed at. He rather pompously mansplained to me that this was a required function and that I needed to attend. Oh, I let him have it. I didn't raise my voice much, but I informed him in no uncertain terms that he had no authority whatsoever to order me to do anything. I was not in the military, not subject to his whims, and while he may be able to order my husband to come get me, he could not order me to go to his meeting. He tried interjecting at this point to say that I needed to go so that I would learn stuff about how to handle my husband being on a deployment. At this point, I nearly blew my top. I've spent more time with my husband being in the field and on deployments than you spent in the military. My husband doesn't own me. He can't force me to do anything, and neither can you. I will not be attending this meeting, and you will not force my husband to take me there. I'm going back to my job, and if I hear that you tried to make his life miserable because of it, so help me, I will go up your chain of command and make sure you regret it. Now, the building wasn't full, but it wasn't quite empty either. Oh, and the higher-ups were in their offices pretty close by. They were super cool cats. My husband might have been enlisted, but they respected the work he did and he respected them. And this lieutenant had been getting on their nerves as well. So yeah, they absolutely could hear what was going on, and I'm sure they enjoyed it. By the end of my tirade, the second lieutenant was nearly falling over himself to apologize. Sorry, ma'am. I apologize, ma'am. It won't happen again, ma'am. He knew he was in the wrong, and by this point he also knew I'd make a right royal stink if he tried to make me do anything, or tried to punish my husband for my actions, or lack thereof. I left and my husband took me back to my job, grinning like a fool. I was still pretty enraged at this point, but was cooling off pretty rapidly. For a few weeks afterwards, I actually was concerned that there might be fallout from my husband because of what I did, but there wasn't. At least, no more than the usual BS he dealt with on a daily basis. It was one of the most satisfying moments of my life. Like I said, I'm pretty laid back normally, but I'll get steamed on other people's behalf. The problem is that I almost never have the opportunity or the right to get involved, and I recognize that sometimes doing so would definitely make bad worse. So having this opportunity was just golden. Our next Reddit post is from Bad Karma. This happened a few years ago. My friend and I decided to hit up GameStop to see if there was anything worth buying. I just happened to be wearing a polo shirt and had a lanyard with an ID around my neck because I just left the office. This kid comes up to me in the Xbox section and asks me if a certain game is available for PS3. He must have been about 12, and me, knowing a fair bit about video games, I happen to know that, yes, this title was available on multiple consoles. I went ahead and answered him in the affirmative. Yes, this title was available for PS3. He simply says, "Get it for me." I pause and look down at this kid. "Excuse me?" "Get it for me. I want to buy it." I tell him, "How about you go get it for yourself? The shelf is right there," and point off into the distance. I start to turn away, and he forcefully demands again that I get him his stupid game. I went ahead and kneeled so that I was eye level with him and told him, "If you want that game so bad, walk your little butt over there and pick it up yourself. I'm not your dog." The kid runs off and gets his mom. My buddy and I are having a good chuckle at this. We get our games and head off to stand in line. While we're making our way through the line, here comes the kid again with his mom in tow. This GameStop is attached to a bookstore, so I guess mom decided to let GameStop babysit her little hellspawn while she snuck off to look at 50 Shades of Lame. Mom is throwing a fit at the front, saying that some employee told her child to walk his fat butt over to a shelf and get a game himself. And she demands that the employee is fired. Right about now, my buddy and I are stepping up to the register to pay for our games while mom and her kid are looking for said employee. The kid looks up at me and goes, "That's him." Mom just explodes on me with a ton of vitriol. She's gonna have me fired and blah blah blah. Meanwhile, my buddy and I are cracking the F up. He's telling me stuff like, "Oh no, you're gonna get fired, dude," or asking the person ringing us up if we can have my employee discount before I'm terminated. This circus is only causing me to laugh harder, which in turn is making her even angrier. In the midst of me on the verge of tears from laughing, this lady losing her cool, and my buddy goading this woman on further, and screwing with the GameStop employee asking me for my employee discount, the manager comes up front and asks what's going on. The lady explains how I was rude to her son and I refused to do my job, how I used foul language at her child and I was very unprofessional. She wanted me gone, etc., etc. The manager looks at me, looks back at the lady, at me, back at the lady, and tells her, "Ma'am, he doesn't work for GameStop." Dead silence. My buddy then speaks up. "So, I take it that's a no on his employee discounts. OP, your friend seems like a hell of a wingman." Our next Reddit post is from Goblin Queen Forever. Okay, so this only just happened a few hours ago, and I still have a bit of an adrenaline rush, so bear with me. As everyone is bound to know, shopping lately has been a little hectic. The mass crowding has gotten better now that there are limitations on how many people can enter a shop at one point, but everyone is still pretty stressed out and all dolled up in their lovely, fashionable face masks. All that being said, there is no excuse for what this woman did. I live in England, and over here, we have a certain big supermarket store with a burgundy/orange themed uniform. So after finally getting through the queue into the store, I grabbed a cart and I was on. I was there for maybe 20 minutes when I rounded the condiments aisle and caught what happened. First, there was a woman, younger looking, maybe a teenager, who was wearing an orange jacket, but it looked like one of those bright neon tracksuit ones, not the uniform. Crouching down on her knees looking through whatever was on the lowest level, and she was wearing AirPods. Next, there was an older woman. Not a Karen in the typical haircut, overweight, overdressed sense, but she did have that face. That "I'm too important to be kept waiting, serve me now" peasant face, and no mask, standing behind this clearly oblivious girl. She had to have been trying to get her attention before I even walked into the aisle, and for some reason, the moment I appeared, she snapped. I'll never know what possessed her, but this older lady actually reached down and grabbed the younger girl by her underarm, yanking her up to face her. This girl reacted, as I believe many people would. Without even asking questions, she yelped, spun off balance, and clocked Karen right in the face. It was glorious. The woman's nose started bleeding, and the young lady was just standing there in shock. Someone loudly announced they were going to get an employee, while I put myself between the Karen and the young girl, fearing the older woman may try to retaliate. The girl looked dumb with shock. Meanwhile, Karen started screaming. I didn't really catch what she was saying in the haze of it all, but I know a bloke behind me was shouting back at her, telling her she shouldn't have grabbed the girl and that it was her own fault. More screaming, and then the employee showed up. From there, it was just a matter of getting everyone's stories. Pretty much everyone who stuck around saw Karen grab the girl first, so Karen had no leg to stand on. Though it didn't stop her from demanding the police be called and that she was going to press charges. The police had already been called by a manager, and us witnesses were asked to stay and wait for them. Some couldn't, as they were with their families and such, but I, having nothing better to do, stuck around. At this point, the girl had calmed down and was just kind of standing there silently while the woman continues to scream about pressing charges and suing and firing someone. While the manager just kept repeating things like, "She doesn't work here, ma'am. Please calm down, ma'am." The police questioning was actually pretty fast, if boring. Not at all as interesting as it is in the movies. I didn't get to see a grand parade of Karen being dragged away in cuffs, sadly. Once all the statements had been taken, both women were escorted outside by police, and that was pretty much the end of it for me. I did still see them in the parking lot speaking to different officers, but couldn't get close enough to hear anything that went down. I made sure the police in the store had my number, just in case, finished my shopping, and then went home. It's been a few hours. It was surreal, and I'm actually kind of hoping it ends up on YouTube in the next few days. So there's my story. Hope it entertained. Our next Reddit post is from Hysterical Realist. A few weeks ago, I was visiting my local big box store looking for good clearance items before the store closes permanently. The dead mall it was attached to is being demolished. The store has no dress code, but the employees do wear lanyards, and I wasn't. So I was browsing around my preferred sci-fi section when I realized I needed to use the nearby restroom. So I headed in that direction, which happened to also be next to the mid-store customer service counter. Karen notices me, positions herself directly in front of me, and blocking my path to my urinary destination.
I don't know why you don't keep that desk stacked, but I really need your help finding my book. Are you going to help me or not?
Not, I say, remembering the urgency of my business, and I step around her with a variation of, I don't work here, continuing to my destination, thinking that'll be the end of the encounter. It's not to be. I hear her voice rising in pitch and volume on its way to full Karen Banshee, as she literally follows me into the men's room, and I'm convinced she was about to grab my arm and pull me around to face her. Being conscious of social norms about public exposure, I made it into a stall and locked the door for privacy. That didn't stop her from knocking on the door and threatening to get me fired before she heard the really solid stream hit the water, and I'm convinced realized for the first time what it was she had done. I heard her embarrassed sounding squeak/huff, and she hightailed it out of there. I finished my thing and washed my hands, and came out to witness her being escorted out of the store by a properly lanyarded employee. I only caught the tail end of the conversation where Karen stated that she was never coming here again, and the employee had a classic response. Neither am I. We're closing. Down in the comments, Il Capitan has this contribution. I would have just pissed in a urinal and made eye contact. Assert dominance. She would have been the one in trouble, as she was in a men's restroom. And then Turtle Rabbit replies, even better, wait for Karen to grab your arm and spin you around to face her. They always do. Then just continue calmly peeing on her leg. Our next Reddit post is from KR Chrome. I was doing some late night shopping on a Sunday night in Walmart when this woman comes up to me.
Excuse me, I need help finding these items.
She shoves a list to my chest. I'm sorry, miss, I don't work here. I think that was the wrong thing to say, as she just explodes on me.
BS, don't be lazy, you're in the uniform.
My shirt was the same color as a Walmart employee, but I was not an employee. It's the same color, but I repeat, I'm not an employee. I can't help you.
F you lazy F. Give me your manager. I'm going to get you fired.
I decided to just walk away. She yells and tries to chase after me, but I keep running until I lose her. Then I go and pay for my things. Now, a week later, I was told I would be interviewing someone who was applying for the secretary position in our company. So I go to the interview room and call in the applicant. I look at the picture on the application form and my eyes widened. It was the same woman who harassed me in the Walmart. Oh, now this was too perfect. She came in, saw me, and gasps. "Take a seat, please," I said, and she sits down, looking pale. Oh, I was going to enjoy this, but I conducted the interview as professionally as possible. I made it very painful for her. Eventually, I asked her, "So, if someone came up to you and asked for help in a place you didn't work, then you told them you didn't work there, and then they yell at you, and then they harass you, and then they come to a job interview, and you were the one interviewing them, what would you do? Would you give them a job?" She did not get the job, and I got some payback. This story is more like Rslash, I don't work here, lady, but I do work over here. That was Rslash, I don't work here, lady, and if you like this content, then check out my podcast where I publish the exact same videos, but in podcast form. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Today's video is sponsored by Raycon. Welcome to Rslash Pro Revenge, where a cupcake thief gets a dose of justice. Our next Reddit post is from Older Sparky. We had an older hospital where, over time, we've been upgrading their CCTV, security, door access, and nurse call paging systems. I've been at this company for a few years, but they've been doing all the Sparky work here for over a decade, so we knew the whole place really well. The buildings, the people, the staff positions, the job roles, everything. I worked there a lot, so I got to know the drama, politics, and secret affairs too. I got to lead a team in building and maintaining each of the new systems. These systems had been chosen because they could all work together to achieve the client's needs and were networked. They were also standalone because government IT didn't want the third-party gear on their networks. We had to install all the infrastructure and equipment. I had network hubs all over the place where I could access all 4 of these systems. One Tuesday, I was sitting at one of the network hubs doing regular testing and maintenance. I had just been checking the CCTV, watching Janine do that lopsided, stumbling walk she does in high heels. I believed I'd done enough continuous work at 10 a.m. to deserve a treat. That morning, Nancy, a nurse in pediatrics, had brought cupcakes in for the ward staff. Nancy had kept 2 individually packaged cupcakes aside for me, clearly labeled with my name in the ward staff room fridge. I walked the 5 minutes over to the ward, humming my "I'm about to have a cupcake" song. I opened the fridge. No cupcakes. I mean, there were maybe 20 still there in a big clear Tupperware container, but mine weren't. Not the ones Nancy set aside. Before I just lose my cool altogether and flip that effing fridge over, I'd better go check to see if something dire hasn't happened. Maybe one of these kids needed these particular cupcakes to stay alive. Maybe these 2 cupcakes saved the planet. Work is forgotten, and the investigation begins. I speak with Nancy. First, I ask if she saw that Janine was wearing heels again. We both have a chuckle. Then, I bring up the cupcake situation. We go through the whole, "they were there before," and the checking of the fridge so Nancy can confirm the story. It's like she doesn't understand that I wouldn't joke about this. We begin interviews. No one on the ward is owning up. We believe them. Someone not of this ward has taken my cupcakes. The pediatrics nurses are livid. Myself and my team want answers. It's a funny thing. Once cameras and swipe card doors have been in for a while, people forget all about them. Forget that they're always being watched. Forget that doors have logs to see who went where, and forget who put them all in. Back to the hub I go. A quick audit of door access reveals that Jerry went in the staff room between the relevant times. Not yet. Don't lose your cool just yet. Do the due diligence. Checking the CCTV, I see Jerry walking out of the staff room carrying a bag, wiping his mouth. Rewind, pause, zoom in. Frosting. The hub's rack did nothing wrong, so I step back and stare at the wall. The first 8 thoughts get caught by the filter. I calm down a little and head back to my nurses. They see me coming and gather. Sick kids are an afterthought in this matter. I tell them I know who did it. Don't want to say who just yet. I need some time to think and ask if we can keep this all hush-hush for now. They say they understand and immediately ask who it was. They are, after all, government staff. I head back to the hub to continue work, not walking 500 miles to eat cupcakes anymore. As I'm swiping my card across the reader, in that 1 second it takes the red light to turn green, a plan starts to play like a cinematic in my head. It's like my subconscious has known about this day for ages, and is now premiering its devious feature. It screens the permutations, possible flaws, ramifications. I'm not sure how long I stared at that door, rewinding, pausing, fast-forwarding. The plan is beautiful, and I promise my brain a cupcake soon. Jerry was a general orderly who was supposed to float around the whole hospital, helping any ward and pretty much anyone else when they paged him. He didn't, though. Jerry didn't like walking around. Jerry was lazy, and he didn't like patients. He used to work in the wards, but he couldn't find one without close supervision or without patients, so he moved to a day shift general duties. Jerry hated to be made to walk from one end of the hospital to the other, and Jerry effing hated the swipe cards and the electronic door locks. Some people just don't get technology. Some people just hate change and love to complain about it, while not taking the effort to learn about how to work it. While responding to maintenance tickets, I'd had to listen to Jerry whinge numerous times about doors. For this, and other reasons, I did not like Jerry. Jerry knew my distinctive name, knew what I did here, saw the other 20 cupcakes, and ate mine anyway. Yeah, time to screw with Jerry. At the hub, I make the necessary improvements to my systems. I select a variety of well-chosen doors. I set auto-paging for different events. I create different calendars. I set some automated conditions so everything's swapped and changed around. Once I'm set up, with the program on hold, I go see Nancy. I need to give Jerry a chance to own up. pretty sure he won't. I asked Nancy to page Jerry so she can ask him about the cupcakes. Nancy isn't surprised it's Jerry and is on board. The other nurses gather and ask what's happening. I tell them that Jerry is about to work off some of his belly. They aren't surprised it's Jerry either and swear secrecy. I walk to the maintenance manager's office while Nancy summons Jerry. I go into the maintenance manager's office grinning. My buddy, the maintenance manager, says, "What?" with a smile. He knows me. We work closely together here for a while. We're mates, and he's seen that look on my face before. I ask him to just print any maintenance tickets generated by Jerry for card or door or gate pager issues, but not to action them. I'll pick them up while I'm here doing other work and deal with them personally. When I tell him about the cupcakes in my plan, he's not only on board, he laughs so hard he has a coughing fit for about 25 seconds. I head back to check in with Nancy and find that Jerry has, ever so accommodatingly, denied all knowledge. What I'd created in my system was a randomized intermittent program, all focused on Jerry's card. A program that would send Jerry's pager a message to go somewhere on the other side of the complex, seemingly at random, based on Jerry swiping his card at particular doors. Or the gate to the staff car park wouldn't work. Or his card would stop working, making him go to get it revalidated. Or a siren would sound for a few seconds when he entered certain rooms. I already knew all the staff routines and area of responsibility. The patients wouldn't be adversely impacted, and Jerry did nothing anyways. Back at the hub, I clicked the Go button. Week 1. By Friday afternoon, in 4 days, Jerry had raised 18 tickets. I grabbed a stack of paper from the maintenance manager and went to the orderly's office to find Jerry. While I gently fanned the tickets, he listed all the weird things he'd been experiencing. He was explaining how the duty nurses were getting annoyed at his unexpected arrivals when I interrupted him to ask if he'd seen anyone take my cupcakes from the pediatrics fridge on Tuesday. The puzzled face he put on was a head shorter than mine and about 1 meter away from the embroidered name on my shirt. No confession. I'd only had 50 specially selected doors active in the program these past 4 days. That Friday afternoon, at the end of week 1, I clicked the All button and added the other 470 doors. Week 2. By midday Wednesday, there were only 6 tickets raised. I checked the systems logs and found out why. In just under 3 days, there had been a mixture of over 85 events. Jerry didn't have time to lodge tickets. When I spoke to Jerry that Wednesday, he demanded that I do my job and fix this stuff. And why hadn't I done it yet? No confession, no apology. Time for some head games. I told him I'd sort it out. When I went to check the systems that Wednesday midday, I stopped the program. On Friday morning, I turned it back on again. Week 3, I let it run Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I almost felt sorry for him this week when I was talking to him and considered stopping the plan. Then I remembered why I didn't like him so much. The one thing I haven't mentioned that is I already knew Jerry was in the final stages of disciplinary management. This was the linchpin to the plot of the film that ran through my head. Remember before when I said that I got to know the drama, politics, and secret affairs? I knew that one of the disciplinary warnings, among other things, was for taking people's lunches on 4 occasions. And not because he needed to either. That's the reason the nurses and the maintenance manager weren't surprised it was Jerry and were on board. But they knew too. Everyone did. That was the reason why he didn't kick up a stink to his manager or confess. I didn't want to get him fired, just make him apologize. Cupcakes are serious business. The final week. Week 4, the program ran Monday and Tuesday. The plan was only ever going to be for a month, or until Jerry confessed and apologized. Before this Tuesday, I'd had a chat with Nancy. I'd asked her if she wouldn't mind a cameo in a little vignette. She understood and agreed. When I was talking with Jerry in the orderly's office, Nancy arrived and handed me a personalized pair of cupcakes that looked and were packaged the exact same as the missing ones a few weeks earlier. As Nancy was walking away, the now silent Jerry looked from the package to my shirt, then to me. I held up the tickets, mustered my best Adam Hills, and said, "Don't be a dick, mate." He was silent and very angry. I could see he'd realized that I'd been doing this on purpose. If he made an official complaint, the missing cupcakes would come up, and he'd lose his job. Also, during our chats, he'd heard me say intermittent issues many times. Jerry was angry because he knew he couldn't do an effing thing about it. I walked off to the pediatrics ward where Nancy and I were going to eat these treats. I hummed my tune the whole way. Loose ends. Unfortunately, Jerry was a dick one more time. He got sacked 2 months later for taking more stuff out of a fridge. I felt bad for him as I helped security save the footage to a drive. Janine continued to wear the 4-inch heels on and off until she sprained her ankle. There is no show reel. The maintenance manager tried bribing me with Jack Daniels after the episode to add certain pager numbers to the program. There's no way I could have done that. He's an evil bastard. We drank the Jacks as we didn't watch a non-existent show reel. There have been many times on this channel where I've said, don't screw with the IT guy. But this is the first time I've ever said, don't mess with a man's cupcakes. So about a month ago, Raycon sent me a pair of earbuds and immediately my wife stole them from me. She likes them so much that I'm not exaggerating, she wears them every single night. And because she stole my Raycons, well, I had to buy a pair for myself. And then I bought a pair for my brother as well. So when a YouTuber does a sponsorship video, you can expect them to hype up the product because, well, let's be honest, we're being paid to do so. But I'm genuinely not lying when I say that every single member of my family has their own pair of Raycons and uses them regularly. The Raycon Everyday E25 earbuds are comfortable, compact, sync easily, and have something like 6 hours of playtime. And on top of that, they're super affordable, especially if you use my 15% discount code. Go to buyraycon.com/r/YT to get 15% off your order, and you also support my channel, which I'd really appreciate. Our next Reddit post is from Anonymous Bud. Let's call my a-hole boss Eugene, since his stinginess reminds me of Eugene Krabs from SpongeBob SquarePants. Except Krabs is nowhere near malicious. In order to display the full satisfaction of this revenge, I'll have to describe a few, but not limited, things Eugene did that entitles him to being a complete jerk-off. For context, Eugene owns a small company that provides artistic services of some sort and never hired full-timers, which I later learned was due to his stinginess. Initially, when I saw the open part-time position, I thought it was ideal for me as I had external commitments and needed some sort of income. The job offers about $550 per month. I don't live in the US, this is a rough conversion, but only required me to clock in about 90 hours a month. It wasn't a very good offer, but good enough for me as I consider myself to be inexperienced in the field. Note that Eugene had seen my portfolio and knew my ability level before hiring me. The first couple of months was fine. I worked the hours I was supposed to and got paid accordingly, occasionally extending my shift into my own time due to the nature of the work, but I didn't mind. I guess Eugene saw this as an advantage he could exploit later on during my employment. It's also important to note that Eugene would often ask about my well-being, how I spent my weekends, etc. At this point in time, it all seemed like courtesy talk, so I didn't pay much attention to it. He would ask about my previous employment and my reason for leaving, which I answered honestly, that their work system was unsustainable for me. This will be important later. Eugene gradually began to grow more impatient towards me, often blaming me for not being able to match up to his ability. Remember when I said I was inexperienced, thus the pay rate? Eugene had over a decade of experience in this expertise, and he expected me to be at his level when I was only 3 months in. The stress was intense, and I began working longer hours just to keep up and produce work at the best quality I could. I was under the belief that if I worked hard enough, my effort will speak. Even though this was only a part-time position, I overcommitted my time there and took pride in my work. My external commitments were barely scraping by. I was exhausted, but thought I was doing a good job. Until Eugene spoke to me one day. Eugene pulled me into his office and lectured me on my work etiquette, saying that I wasn't putting in enough effort and he was considering letting me go. At this point, I was beyond confused. Did he really not see the effort I put in? Was I delusional in thinking I was actually doing well and my work had been improving? I tried speaking up, but he quickly diverted the topic, telling me he knew the reason why my previous employer hated me. It was because I was lazy and uncommitted. to say I was in disbelief was an understatement. Not only did I believe that I did my best with every task handed to me, Eugene had registered my flaws during casual conversation and twisted my words to his advantage. I had no idea how to react and simply asked him what he expected of me. He instantly replied that he would like me to double my hours working for him at the same monthly rate. His reasons: it's my fault that I'm not experienced enough to produce quality work. Thus, it should be under my own responsibility and time to make up for it. My external commitments didn't matter, he said, as this job was my only source of income and should be kept as priority. It finally dawned on me that Eugene was a narcissistic sociopath who only held conversations so that he could learn a person's weakness from manipulation. Now, from my title, you'll see that Eugene was not only a narcissist, but also stingy AF. Eugene is obsessed with maximizing his profits. Any business owner would love that, I agree, but Eugene focuses on every cent in immoral and even possibly illegal ways. He would sell a service to a client and, upon receiving the deposit, deliver something else. He was smart enough to keep his contracts made for both clients and employees so that nobody could take legal action against him. More than often, his clients would be left to their wits' end as it would be too late and expensive to engage another vendor by the time they realized they'd been scammed. Eugene would then demand another set of payment to deliver what he had originally promised, overcharging the client an average of 100 to 200% more than what was agreed. Eventually realizing that they'd been played, most people would be too exhausted to pursue further action and prayed for the project to be over so they didn't have to deal with his antics anymore. This inaction probably fed Eugene's ego that he could get away playing dirty every time. There are many more things I would like to rant about Eugene, but this is a pro-revenge sub, not recruiting hell, so most of you would like to get to the good stuff soon. So, in my country, employers are required to pay a certain amount of tax for every local employee they hire. While it isn't exactly tax, it is obligated by law, and negligence will result in a hefty fine and possibly jail time. These taxes are technically contributions for the employee's retirement funds, which is payable by every employer. The employer can deduct a certain percentage of the contribution for the employee's wages. This law has its own complications since there are a certain group of people exempted from it, such as students or interns. Now, Eugene is the classic example of a narcissist who thinks he's smarter than everyone else. He felt he was smart enough to evade the law by drafting a contract with vague details to protect himself, and was deluded enough to believe that everyone would believe him as long as he sounded convincing. In other words, he thought of people as sacks of potatoes with no opinion of their own. If anyone was to have a perspective, it had to be his way or the wrong way. I stayed in Eugene's company for about 4 months before I felt too mentally overwhelmed. On the day I left, I called in to check on my contribution account, and just as I had expected, Eugene hadn't paid a single cent over the past 4 months. The officer on the other end of the line asked if I would like to report this as a case. Guess my answer. A week later, I received an update from the contribution board saying that Eugene had disputed my case,
What was that?
claiming
I just
that
pressed
I was only
W
an
and then-
intern and thus exempted from the law. This jerk was playing dirty as a last attempt to steal from me. As I'd mentioned, Eugene thought of himself as a smart man and probably felt that the officer would rule the case in his favor since he had world-class convincing skills and his vague contract would have protected him either way. Fine, Eugene. So you think you can get away just like any other time? You must have gotten pretty confident by now. Well, not this time, Eugene. I wrote a 2-page long email to the contribution board officer with every reason and evidence I can find on why I am not an intern, like Eugene claimed. Knowing his antics, I went the extra mile to research all of the exempted groups and wrote every possible reason on how I am not in the category. Excessive? Yes. Worth it? Hell yes. I didn't hear from the officer for 2 weeks, and when I finally did, he informed me that Eugene had agreed to pay my contributions. Remember when I said that employers are permitted to deduct a certain percentage from employees' wages? Due to his negligence, Eugene could no longer do that and had to pay the full amount, on top of the fines that he had incurred along with it. If he had dutifully abided by the law, it would have only costed him 1/3 of what he had to pay. So that's a bit of a butthole tax for you, Eugene. Now that I'd gotten back what I was owed, I decided to move on. But the story didn't end there. An ex-colleague of mine who was still working for Eugene told me that during the 2 weeks I didn't hear from the officer, Eugene was busy fighting by giving every reason that I was an exempted individual. The officer, having seen my email, soon got tired of his nonsense and gave him a deadline to pay up, or he'll be brought to court. My colleague said that he'd never seen Eugene so defeated before. To top it off, it seemed like karma had finally caught up to him as he started losing more and more clients due to his unethical practices. The fine came when he had no clients that month, so it was a very obvious dent in his bank account. Ultimately, it wasn't a huge amount, but knowing Eugene's stinginess and ego, I think the damage was enough to qualify for this sub. That was r/ProRevenge, and if you like this content, then also check out my podcast where I publish the same stories. You can find my podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts. Also, be sure to subscribe to my channel because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/ProRevenge, where an entitled Karen gets stuck with a bill. Our next Reddit post is from Smo. I'm a trade painter who worked for around 5 years, essentially running a company for an owner who took a very hands-off approach. He was essentially a name and working capital and not much else. After I got an offer to work at a bigger commercial company and my old boss realized he would have to run his own company as there really wasn't anyone else in-house that qualified, he resorted to acting like a child to try to make me stay. He made me run around the world to receive my final pay, which I never even got, and refused to return my tools spread throughout various jobs. Revenge time. As luck would have it, another even better offer from an even bigger company ended up in my lap that wanted to subcontract me a very substantial amount of their work. But I'm gonna need more employees for that. So I go through and call each and every member of the original company and offer them a $3 an hour raise to work for me, which they all accepted. After all, they know me, they've worked for me for years, and it's more money. No brainer. They barely know the owner, and what they do know, they don't like, lol. I then asked them to grab only my tools, which was the vast majority of tools on all the jobs, from their respective jobs when they leave for the weekend on Friday. Monday rolls around, and my old boss is getting calls left and right from supervisors asking why nobody's at work and what's going on. He was so hands-off, he didn't even have employees' phone numbers to call and ask them, LMAO. He's essentially without employees and little to no tools to complete any jobs at this point. Fast forward 6 months, and his company is now closed. He's lost all of his work. The new addition to his house has come to a grinding halt halfway through construction, and he's hurting big time. I never got my last check, but I did get a great group of workers in a company of my own, so I guess I'll just call it even. Hey, here's a crazy idea. What if you just paid your employees? That way, maybe they wouldn't burn your business to the ground at the first opportunity. Our next Reddit post is from Pissed Brewer. Nearly 20 years ago, I was a brewer at a brew pub. The owner was a complete lunatic and an utter a-hole. Before I was hired, he had already purchased the brewery equipment used from a closed microbrewery. The problem is, it was literally 4 times larger than it needed to be for the size of the place. And to top it off, he was selling Big 3 beers too. Also, it was a Pugsley system, and if you're a brewer, you'll know what I'm talking about. But I made it work, and I even got this stupid rainwall he used to behave. But I only need to brew about 3 to 4 times a month. So I wasn't needed anywhere near 40 hours a week, and I was salary. So he decided that I needed to work night manager at least 2 nights a week to fill my hours. That was fine, it was an easy gig. After our first year, he advertised a huge anniversary event with specials on food and drink. Food specials, commercial beer specials, and didn't even mention that we made our own, much less put anything on special. Idiots. Not long after, I got my first vacation in over a year, and he was mad at me for insisting, but life was stressful, not least of which because my mom was in hospice with stage 4 cancer. But her condition was such that she said my wife and I should go, she'll be fine. So we went camping for a week. The day before our trip was to end, we got word that she had died 2 days earlier. My family didn't know how to reach us. Only my mom had my information. We rushed home, which was a 6-hour drive, and on the way, I called my boss and told him what had happened and that I probably wouldn't be in for Monday as planned. This was Saturday. I found out later from a bartender that he had then complained to his chef that I was probably going to want more time off. I did, in fact, take Monday off, but I went in on Tuesday to do my night manager shift. Now, my mom's wishes were to be cremated with no embalming, so by the time I got home, she was already cremated. So the memorial service was planned for 2 weeks later, right before Labor Day weekend. There was to be memorial service Thursday and the interment for the family Friday. So I planned and made sure that the supplies were full and I wouldn't need to brew for at least a week. That Wednesday, the boss comes up to me and tells me he wants me to work the night shift on Thursday and Friday. Normally I did Tuesday and Wednesday to make up for the time off I'd taken to help my dad out. He wanted me to come in after my mom's funeral. I flatly refused, at which point he said fine, but I'd have to work a double shift Saturday then. I nearly lost it. I walked away, and after I cooled off, I went back and told him I was no longer going to do the manager shifts, and that I wanted to switch to hourly for brewery work only. He was angry, but stuck. He needed me in the brewery. Things started calming down, but after a few weeks, I noticed my paychecks were for less than I anticipated. I hadn't been tracking my clock in, clock out very closely because prior to this, I only clocked in or out so I was logged in to do manager functions. But I happened to have a couple of slips in my wallet, and because I still had manager access, I discovered that he had been altering my hours, eventually cheating me out of around 20 hours in just 6 weeks. And that's when I hatched my plan. I was done with this butthole. Remember that Rainwood yeast? Well, in a brewery, you harvest yeast from a fermenting batch to use to brew a later one, and since we were slow, it often had to be stored for a while before it got used. But you had to use it within 30 days, or it goes sour and starts dying. Normally, I would take other steps to ensure it stayed clean and healthy, but not on that last batch I harvested. It just went into the cold room and stayed there. I stopped going in very often, just logging tank levels to make sure nothing ran out and made him suspicious. I would even go in to make sure he wasn't in that day, and later message him that I'd brewed. I hadn't. And I waited. On day 45, after I got the check for the last hours I worked, I overnighted my keys in with a resignation letter. He called me the next day screaming. I told him I knew what he'd done, and I wouldn't be back. I don't know what he looked like when he went into the brewery cellar and discovered that he had empty fermenters, nearly empty serving tanks, dead yeast, and almost no grain. Pity, really. After that, he tried to hire my former assistant who was working at another brew pub by then because the a-hole had forced me to fire him to save money. He laughed at him. He then apparently got the underage son of one of the brewers at a nearby brew pub, which he had originally been part of to brew for him, but he had to fire him because the kid kept getting caught drunk down in the cellar. So he tried doing it, and I'd heard they stopped brewing entirely eventually. About a year after I left, he folded. The staff showed up one morning to padlock doors. I drove through there a few years back. In addition to the business being gone, the building was torn down. I felt like stopping just so the ground was salt, but I was in a hurry. So after reading the story, I went down to the comments of this post to see if anyone explained why killing off the yeast was such a big deal. I mean, obviously, I know that you need yeast to make beer, but is there something prohibiting him from just going out and, buying new yeast? If any of my fans out there know anything about brewing, could you please explain down in the comments why that was so devastating, because I'm actually pretty curious. Our next Reddit post is from Tatanka Jack. I worked in a state senator's office with a very smart and capable mom. She was a senator's aide, but that was only for part of the year, and I'm fairly certain she didn't really have a career apart from that. But she was incredibly capable. This lady would always surprise me with the things she'd done. Like once, she casually mentioned the time she had gone to some conference in Australia to give a speech, and I was like, wait, what? My favorite thing she told me was about when she destroyed her local PTA. So, in the States, we have these organizations called Parent-Teacher Associations. It's a national organization with local chapters for different schools. They exist to foster relations between parents and teachers, but usually just turn into lots of Karens making unnecessary rules, getting upset over stupid things, and generally causing problems. They're usually staffed by the type of people who like to create and solve problems to justify their existence. Sort of like a homeowners association for schools. Anyway, this lady was no Karen. She didn't create problems, she solved them. She hated the PTA at her children's school. It was always causing problems and had budget problems. When it finally began getting field trips and recesses banned and wasting fundraising money and membership dues on administrative costs, among other issues, she decided that she had had enough. She joined the PTA, worked her way through its ranks, volunteered at all the events, ran for office, and became president of the PTA. She then used the bylaws and her influence to disband the chapter. The kicker is then she created her own local club to replace the PTA. One that wasn't influenced by a national parent organization and bureaucracy. She was able to raise tons of money for awesome events, projects, and trips for the students, and ran the club way more effectively than the PTA had ever been. And everyone at the school lived happily ever after. Such a cool lady. And down in the comments, we have this story from MJ Diddleneck. My kid's PTA voted to not tell parents that head lice was rampant in 2 of the classrooms, and the school nurse agreed. They didn't want a pessimistic vibe to affect the school. Yeah, that didn't work. So your PTA literally tried to say that head lice was fake news? Our next Reddit post is from Basti Worthiness. My group of friends have been together for quite some time, at least starting from the end of middle school. The majority of us ended up going to the same college, so good for us. Anyway, one of our friends had been acting unreasonably and starting drama for fun. It's been slowly building up for about a year. Now, gossip and rumors we can deal with because we know each other, and we can usually pick the truth from the lies easily. At the point of her rumor spreading, we distance ourselves from her quite a bit. Her latest antics have been much different. For the sake of this story, her name can be D. In our area, COVID cases have been low, so we started to go out more with the whole gang. Extra precautions aside, things look to be normal. We eat at a semi-formal restaurant, as is our custom. Something about dressing up and treating ourselves is something we try to do as much as we can financially permit. Things seem fine until the bill comes and it's time for each of us to settle up. Dee starts to get shifty and starts tapping at her phone. She stands up quickly and says she needs to go. It's an emergency. She fast walks out of the dining room and out of sight. We try to text and call after, but no answer. We end up all absorbing her part of the bill. A one-time favor for a friend in need, right? The second part of our routine is to go to one person's house, where we drink, watch movies, and have a good time. Kelly was to be the host this time. We're not much for gossip, but Dee's odd behavior mixed with her previous antics got us on the topic. All 6 of us shared some stories, and it looked like every one of us had had personal run-ins with our friend. The second time we all go out to dinner, everything seems well. Dee ordered a lot of mixed drinks and seemed thoroughly tipsy. Foolishly, we believed she would pay her tab this time. Before the waiter could even bring up how we wanted the bill split, Dee excused herself to the bathroom and didn't return. We all have jobs along with scholarships, so thankfully money isn't our primary concern. However, last time's bill paired with Dee's inflated dinner and alcohol tab would set us collectively back about $300. Reluctantly, we paid. Although we didn't see her, it was assumed that she drove home drunk. We rendezvous to the host's place, very annoyed and in no mood to party. Again, Dee refuses our calls and doesn't open our messages. We busy ourselves by trying to get in touch with some of Dee's other friends. Through the mishmash of conversation, it was revealed that Dee was receiving a stipend from her father and she was saving to buy herself a new Tesla. Not only did she have a job, but she was getting free money from her daddy. There was no reason for her to not pay her bills. I guess she thought that this way she could get her Tesla faster. We had collectively become fed up with her garbage. Since all of us felt burned, we decided to plan some revenge. We knew she had the cash. She just didn't feel obliged to hold her weight. At this point, we were all waking up to how entitled she could be. Our sense of loyalty and nostalgia had blinded us for way too long. Today was the day. We decided to go to a very nice restaurant today, about twice the prices of what we would normally do. Dee looked so excited. Bless her. We all ate, drank, and had a great time. Dee had ordered many drinks and was again drunk. We were careful not to wait too long, or else D would dash. So, just as dessert was over and the prospect of after-dinner coffee was being thrown around, we all declared that we had a surprise for D. Next month is her birthday, so we thought it would be reasonable enough time to use it as an excuse to get her to close her eyes. D did as she was told, and was instructed not to open her eyes until we said so, because the gift takes a minute to set up. We all got up, quietly filed out of the restaurant, and left her there with her eyes closed. Just as we were pulling out of the parking space, we saw D running out of the door searching wildly for us. She caught sight of the car just as we rolled away, middle fingers arise. Our phones were blowing up like crazy. Tons of vile messages following the calls. I got to thinking, the bill must have totaled around $700 for everyone. We would have never picked this place normally, although the food was very good. The rest of the gang headed to my apartment, and about 30 minutes later, we each received a message saying we owed her $738.17, along with a photo of the bill. She had the audacity to include her part of the bill in that amount as well, and judging by the receipt, she gave no tip. Classy. I replied with this message. Guess you'll just have to dip into your Tesla fund. Take an Uber home before you lose your scholarship and your friends, boozer. We know you can afford it. To say she went crazy is an understatement. She went coconuts. She tore us a new one on Twitter, blocked us, then unblocked us to rip us some more, then blocked us. Now Kelly, who has an alternate Snapchat account, is treating us to her near psychotic rants talking about fake whores who never did anything for her. I guess that's us. Maybe next time she'll learn to pay for herself like an adult. I have to agree with this top comment from Epi. You should tell her that. Once Daddy finds out that his sweet princess is acting much more like a spoiled princess, maybe he'll stop the payments. That was Rslash for Revenge, and if you like this video, then check out my Patreon where I publish extra content. Also, be sure to subscribe to my channel because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to Rslash entitled Parents, where OP encounters the mother-in-law from hell. Our next Reddit post is from Congress Potato Kenobi. A little background. My school has one of the best underage bands in the city. It's not a small one, in spite of being a moderate-sized school with about 1,000 kids. They perform at big places and draw in huge audiences. So anyways, there's this entitled parent who's a teacher and her daughter goes to the school. Now, the daughter is a bad singer. There's no two ways about it. So anyway, one day the band's pianist, Kay, is fuming during the bus ride back. When someone asks him about it, he begins to rant about how the entitled parent forced the music teacher to put the entitled kid in the band. They had a show in the city's biggest mall the next week, and they'd been practicing for months. The entitled parent wanted the entitled daughter to sing for the show. Anyway, it's the day of the show, and I'm watching from the audience. The first 7 songs bring in a huge audience, and everyone enjoys the amazing music. Then it's entitled daughter's turn. The guitarist plays the opening notes of a very popular song during the time, and the crowd goes wild. Then the entitled daughter starts singing. The enthusiasm drained away fast. There's silence as entitled daughter massacres an amazing song. Then the entitled mother gets up and starts clapping loudly. Everyone is mortified. Some people start to awkwardly clap. The teacher tried to move to the next song. The entitled mother yells out,
Wait, they haven't clapped for my angel's performance yet.
The audience is dumbfounded. I see my friend facepalm. The entitled daughter yells into the microphone,
Clap for me.
No one moves a muscle. The entitled daughter runs off the stage, and the entitled parent grabs the microphone and yells,
You can't appreciate talent.
before chasing after the entitled daughter. The concert continued. The entitled daughter left the band, and the entitled parent is still a teacher. Oof, that part where she tells people to clap for her was pretty hard to read. Begging for validation like that is so cringy. By the way, if you're enjoying this content, be sure to like this video. Our next Reddit post is from Staring at the Sun. Oh my god, I'm so glad I found this sub. Here we go. I can finally air my uncensored frustration about the night my engagement was single-handedly corrupted by my entitled mother-in-law. Let's call her Ellen, because she always reminded me of Ellen DeGeneres even before all this recent news broke. Okay, so my girlfriend and I were engaged. We'd both agreed we wanted to get married, but I hadn't done the formal proposal yet because we wanted to meet each other's families first. Neither lived nearby. I always thought the old trope about meeting the in-laws being a big fiasco was a myth, both because I was younger and more naive then, and because I'm lucky to have easy parents. My girlfriend met them for a few hours. Once we were alone, just me and them, I told them my intentions, and my mom asked, "Does she have any kids already?" And my dad asked, "Does she have a good, solid job?" And they both asked, "Do you really love her?" And that was that. I had their full support for the marriage. I thought meeting her parents would be the same. Some grilling was to be expected, but as long as I was honest and respectful, it would all be fine. Relevant fact, my girlfriend's parents had had her when they were teenagers, by surprise, so they now had a do-over daughter. Their words, not mine, who was just 6 years old. My girlfriend and I made the trip up to their city, and I met them for the first time over dinner at a steakhouse. It was pretty upscale, and we'd scheduled the dinner for 8 p.m., so I was surprised to see they brought the kid along with them. I met everyone at once, and the initial awkwardness settled once we'd sat down. We were making great small talk when the 6-year-old said she was thirsty. No big deal, right? Well, all of a sudden, Ellen starts screaming, "Water! Water! Water!" A waiter came rushing over to see what the commotion was, and without even making eye contact with the poor guy, Ellen went, "We've been here forever, and no one's gotten us any water. My daughter's been asking." We'd been sitting for about 15 or 20 minutes without service, but they were visibly behind, and there were no circumstances that would have warranted that shouting. I should have realized from how unfazed everyone else at the table was that I should be bracing myself for a long night. But I couldn't imagine what was to come at that point. The waiter rushed over with water and apologized for the delay, explaining a few very large parties had arrived all at once. The guy seemed sincere and quite affable, so I thought the water would just be an anomaly in an otherwise pleasant night. Then Ellen kicked into full gear. "We'll need a kids menu," she informed the waiter. He said that they didn't have a kids menu, but the chef could simplify most dishes. "What do you mean you don't have a kids menu?" Ellen replied in total disbelief, as though he'd said they didn't have a fire exit. He explained they didn't get too many child visitors and that there were enough plain foods on the menu that no separate menu had ever been necessary. Ellen sighed dramatically and waved him away. Literally, without saying a word, she waved him off from the table. I tried to give him an apologetic glance, but understandably, he didn't look back our way. I was so glad the poor guy left and didn't have to be subjected to her anymore. Meanwhile, she turned her attention to me, and I almost wished he'd come back. At least he was getting paid to be here. She was like, "So, you're a screenwriter?" And I explained, "Well, yes and no. I want to be, but it's hard to get a job in that field that you can support yourself on, so I'm working at a nonprofit right now. There's a screenwriting component to that job, though, so I'm really happy there." Ellen turned to her 6-year-old and went, "Hear that, hun? You want to be sure to snag a man who works for profit. Learn from this. It's not too late for you." I couldn't tell if she was trying to be funny or not, so I just let it pass, looking over to my girlfriend to see if she was even considering speaking up on my behalf. Nope. The waiter came back, visibly nervous. That hurt because he was so relaxed and personable at the start of the meal. He asked if we'd like to hear the specials before we ordered, and Ellen said sure. Here's how that went. The waiter said, "First, we have a lightly seared strip steak."
Next.
Oh, okay. Then we have a broiled leg of grass-fed.
Next.
We have a pasta primavera mixed with.
Next.
And on until he'd gone through all 7 or 10 specials, even though she ultimately ordered off the menu a plain ribeye. Well done. She tried to order her daughter the same, but the kid said that she wanted plain mashed potatoes, so Ellen let her get mashed potatoes alone for dinner. Then she sent the waiter away. The rest of us hadn't even ordered yet, and everyone else just sat there like it was entirely normal. I waited for someone to say something, thinking it was my girlfriend's place or her husband's, but when no one did, I couldn't help myself. I said, was the one steak and potatoes gonna be for all of us, or... My girlfriend explained, in the tone you use for a tourist violating a sacred local taboo. "My mom always has the waiter put the kids' food in first, so we can get started right away. We'll order once the kitchen has hers." I thought she was joking, since Ellen didn't just order her kids' food. She also ordered her own dinner too. So I laughed.
Something funny?
Ellen asked. Then I realized she was serious and I shut up. Thankfully, her dad at least recognized that what was normal for them might not be as regular to me and tried to lighten the mood with a change of topic. But not even 10 minutes after we'd ordered, I guess technically 5 minutes after I'd ordered and 10 minutes after she and her daughter had ordered, Ellen started in again. Another table that had been there long before we were got a side order of mashed potatoes with their meal. Ellen threw a total conniption. She was sputtering so inaudibly that none of us could figure out what was wrong at first. Finally, she managed to flag down some busboy who barely spoke English and began laying into him like he just sideswiped her on the freeway. He kept trying to explain he wasn't a server and he could go get one, but she wouldn't stop to breathe long enough for him to find someone who could actually help. All the while, I kept looking at my girlfriend for signs of embarrassment or at the very least irritation, but you wouldn't have known if she was hearing any of this. Our waiter came over, somehow still feigning a smile despite knowing what he was walking into. And Ellen actually goes,
Why did that table get mashed potatoes and ours hasn't come yet?
You could tell the waiter was working hard to restrain himself at this point. He explained it was a first come, first served policy, and age didn't help one way or the other. He offered to go check on the potatoes. Ellen agreed, or more specifically she said,
Yeah, you better.
But I was watching him, and he went right back to his server station because we'd only ordered just a few minutes ago. About 5 more minutes passed, during which we could have no other discussion at the table except how awful this restaurant was. How hungry her poor baby was, who hadn't said a word about being hungry this whole time and was contentedly playing her loud iPad game, without headphones, disturbing all the other diners around us. And how America had lost all respect for motherhood because it's just me culture now. I chimed in, I'm with you on that last part, and to my utter shock, instead of laughing at my joke, my girlfriend seemed annoyed with me. So after a few minutes, the waiter comes back and says the potatoes will be out very soon. Ellen then goes and does something that, again, I thought was just a myth. She took 3 singles and a 5 out of her wallet and put them on the table in full view of the waiter. Then she took 1 single away and said,
Every table I see getting potatoes before us is a bill gone.
I was absolutely mortified. The waiter, to his unending credit, just took a deep breath and said, I don't have control over the order in which the kitchen fires tickets, but what I can tell you is that it should be out any minute. And left without saying anything disparaging. I'd been holding my tongue all night as well, in the name of my relationship, but once that tip hit the table, the $8 tip for an over $100 bill on top of everything else. I figured that if my girlfriend was half the woman I thought she was, then she wouldn't mind my speaking up at this point. If anything, she'd be supportive, right? So I scooted my chair back a bit and said, listen, I know what you're doing with the cash on the table, but that kind of thing makes me really uncomfortable, and it's just not called for. Please put the money away, or we can just continue this some other time. My girlfriend's dad spits back, What? How cheap do you have to be to not believe in tipping service workers? Before I could process whether he was serious or yanking my chain, Ellen shocked me with,
No, you know what? You're right. This isn't necessary.
I should have known better than to be relieved. She folded the bills into her wallet, patiently waited for the next plate of mashed potatoes to be carried out, and when it wasn't delivered to us, she went right up to the stranger's table and picked it up off their table. She half explained something about her daughter starving to death as she was walking away with the stranger's food, but unsurprisingly, that wasn't convincing enough for them. The old lady she took it from followed her right over to our table and tried to take it back. I was already searching for my code tag in preparation to go, but a shoving match was beginning to unfold between Ellen and an elderly woman with a tennis ball walker, and far be it from me to sit through all that had happened only to leave just as the night was getting interesting. The elderly woman was like, "Give me back my potatoes. Who are you?" And the poor little girl was like, "Mommy, it's okay. Don't take someone else's potatoes." But it all fell on deaf ears. Ellen yelled at the old lady,
How can you sit there and eat these when my daughter hasn't even been served yet? She's sitting here hungry, just a little girl. And you're over there stuffing your face. Come on, other potatoes will be out any minute.
and the old lady, gotta love her, was like,
Great, if they'll be out any minute, then what's the effing problem?
To which Ellen, still being holier than thou, gasped,
Language, please.
Finally, the waiter, and this time someone higher up as well, I think the manager, thank God, came over to separate them as they had begun to raise their voices and cause a disturbance. The staff had already asked Ellen to turn down her daughter's iPad multiple times without getting and I'm guessing the waiter informed management about the tip on the table stuff she pulled because this was their final straw. They told us we were going to have to leave the restaurant.
Oh god.
But we don't even have our food yet.
Ellen complained at the guy. This was
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, descend and maintain, 1-1,000, Batam hanging on, altimeter, 2979.
Alright, finally making our descent, y'all. Finally descending. Nope. Yeah. Oof. Beginning our descent here. Slept a little too well. That's fine. Okay. Here we are. We're approaching Singapore now. Starting our descent. Doesn't have speed brakes. Yeah, this is really confusing sometimes. Yeah, unfortunately, Rslash did not drop by. It's a bit sad.
Descend and maintain. 1000. Bond hunting 9. Altimeter 2979. SF-50 Vision. Pop Alpha Whiskey.
3979. Okay. Alright. Whew. Hours of cruising later and we're finally approaching.
SF-50 Vision. Papa Alpha Whiskey. Fly heading 270. SF-50 Vision. Papa Alpha Whiskey. Descend and maintain 7000. Resume on navigation.
Descend and maintain. 7000. Resume on navigation. SF-50 Vision. Pop Alpha Whiskey.
Maintain 7000. Right in front of us. Can't see further right now. Yeah, still can't see further. Sorry. Technically did some of their fueling at one point. Yeah. think that's shut out. What the heck? The light just suddenly went out. Oh gosh, now it's dark. It's completely dark now. What just happened, yo? My what is? I don't see any light coming from the shore.
SF-50 vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, fly heading 250, vectors for the visual, runway 2 right, descend and maintain 5,000.
Fly heading 250, vectors for the visual, runway 2 right, descend and maintain 5,000. SF-50 vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
Okay, I can't see anything.
SF-50 vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, Bottom hang 9, altimeter 2979.
Bottom hang 9, altimeter 2979. SF-50 vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
For visual, runway 02 right. That's the only one that doesn't have ILS. Maybe. Maybe. Find the ILS for 02 center. Maybe do that. Alright, we're approaching 5,000 feet. Okay, I can see the light now. So Singapore is to my northeast. That's it, right there. Right. That. Tanhanadin.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, fly heading 200, descend and maintain 2000. SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, descend and maintain 2000.
Yeah.
Descend and maintain 2000 SF-50 Vision Pop Alpha Whiskey.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, descend and maintain 2000.
Descend and maintain 2000 SF-50 Vision Pop Alpha Whiskey.
Lower my gear a bit. Actually flying over this other airport just to get vector to China. It's a bit weird, but just following what the ATC is telling me to do. Oh yeah, baby.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, fly heading 290.
Fly heading 290 SF-50 Vision Pop Alpha Whiskey.
Alright, looks like we're getting vectored now. We're approximately 90 degrees from the runway here. That's 2.5. Let's do it manually this time. 20C.
0.
Fly heading 350 SF-50 Vision Pop Alpha Whiskey.
And there's Chungy. Approach 120.3. We have one standby.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, fly heading 020, report the field in sight.
Fly heading 020, report the field in sight. SF-50 Vision Pop Alpha Whiskey. Center SF-50 Vision Pop Alpha Whiskey.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, clear visual approach, runway 2 right, contact tower on 118.60.
Clear visual approach, runway 2 right, contact tower on 118.60. SF-50 Vision Pop Alpha Whiskey.
Disengage autopilot.
Tower SF-50 Vision Pop Alpha Whiskey.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, runway 2 right, you're cleared to land.
Runway 2 right, SF-50 Vision Pop Alpha Whiskey.
Hang on, let me turn off my flight director. I'm sorry about that. I could have sworn I configured the flight director button on my joystick. Acceptable landing, and we are now in Changi, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, gate, taxi via 02, Romeo, hold short of runway 2, center.
Okay.
Gate, taxi via 02, Romeo, hold short of runway 2, center. SF-50 Vision Pop Alpha Whiskey.
Alright, now that we've officially landed, can finally taxi to the gate. Wait, why are we taxiing to a gate? Oh wait, real quick, let's check our landing. Let's see what our landing looks like. It's not gonna be that clear because it's freaking dark, but let's see anyway. Oh, I had a bit of a bounce there actually. Well, at least I nailed the landing. So, I guess I'll take that win. After landing checklist. Laps up. Transponder on standby. License required. Okay, now my sim's bugging out a little bit. Maybe someday I will fly an airliner to Singapore or like pretty much anywhere else. I have no idea. Really? Show the demo time thing at the worst time possible, man. I mean, not really the worst time. At least it didn't pop out while I was landing. So that's a good thing, I guess. Make sure that was cleared. Whoa, okay. That was an uphill. Oh gosh. What was that? What was that? That felt like an off-road course or something. I don't know. No, like I was just taxiing, dude. I was just taxiing and then there's a sudden uphill and then a sudden drop. What the? Wait. I have to see the replay. What did it look like outside? There's the bump. I guess I was taxiing a bit too fast, so that's on me. That's the uphill. And then the sudden drop. Oh my gosh, man. Okay. Yeah. Alright, holding short of runway 02 center.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, cross runway, 2, center.
Cross runway 2, center. SF-50 Vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
SF-50 Vision, Papa, Alpha, Whiskey, contact ground on 121.725.
Contact ground on 121.725. SF-50 Vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
Wait, contact them for. I'm such a tiny plane in a gate for airliner. Oh my gosh. Am I supposed to go through the... What the heck even is this? Okay, what? So you're telling me I'm supposed to park here. Wait, what's the arrow say? The arrow say over here. And, oh, okay. I think I'm supposed to park there. What the heck do you mean? What the... I have no idea what you mean, my guy. Why? I had to face through a building just to... Oh my gosh, dude. No. I faced through a structural pillar or some shit. But anyway, I think this is where I can't... Sorry. No.
SF-50 Vision, Pop, Alpha, Whiskey.
Oh, okay. So, I guess that's that. Alright, shut down. Landing light off. I think we should connect the ground power first. Transponder standby. Yep. Parking brakes on. Power idle. No heat off. Fresh air bleed off. Master oxygen switch off. Startup off. Nav and strobe lights. Okay. There we go. We are finally at Singapore after a really long flight. So thank you guys so much for tuning in to stream. Even though it's only a few minutes or longer. I appreciate you guys coming along with me in this awesome flight. And yeah, feel free to disembark as I turn off this thing. There we go. And with that being said, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Oh, gosh damn it. Why wasn't I able to see that chat? (1:25 a.m.) What time is it? 1:28. Oh. Hello, Kyle. Yeah, I have to English because the majority of my audience is English, so yeah. Oh, FPS drop. No, there's no alert. It just does that because it just does that sometimes. I find that perfectly normal for my laptop to do. So yeah, I'm sorry if you kind of tuned in at the worst time possible. But anyways, I guess I won't be waking up early tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Sorry, it's later this morning. Sorry. So